Chapter 12, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. The Battle in France, August 20th to September 6th, 1914. For while the dagger gleamed on high, reeled soul and sense, reeled brain and eye. Scott, The Lady of the Lake, Canto 5 through 16. Germany's choice, prudence or audacity. Her dangerous compromise. The French offensive school. One view of French strategy. Plan 17. Its complete failure. The dispatch of the 6th Division. The morrow of Mons. Fears for the Channel ports. The Lloyd George of Agadir. The British base shifted to Saint-Nazaire. Some expedients. The retreat. A press communiqué. The eve of the Marne. The Russian pressure. Lord Kitchener's journey to Paris. Correspondence with Sir John French. A day on the Aisne. The Sea Flank Project. Lord Kitchener's wise restraint. Prudence and audacity may be alternated, but not mixed. Having gone to war, it is vain to shrink from facing the hazards inseparable from it. At the outset of the war, Germany had a choice between a prudent and an audacious strategy. She could either have fallen, as she did, upon France with her main strength and held off Russia meanwhile, or have fallen upon Russia with ample forces and stood on the defensive against France. If she had taken the second course, she would have said to France and to Europe, "This is an Eastern quarrel. Let us endeavor to limit the area of the conflict. We are going to rescue our ally Austria from Russia. We have no dispute with France. We have no intention of invading French territory. Unless you attack us, we shall not touch you. If you attack us, we shall have to defend ourselves. As for Belgium, it is sacred to us." The German government would then have appealed to England to help to localize the struggle, and a well-meaning effort would most probably have been made with that object. France would therefore have had to choose between deserting her ally and invading Germany in cold blood alone. Neither Belgium nor England would have entered the war. By the winter, the Russian armies would have been torn to pieces in the east, and France brought to a standstill before barbed wire and entrenchments on German soil in the west. France would therefore have appeared the aggressor, who had made a treaty with Russia in order to get back her lost provinces, and then in pursuance of this treaty had flagrantly invaded Germany and had been arrested by the defenders of the fatherland. On the other hand, the moment Russia was beaten, overwhelming German forces could be brought to bear on France. And if in this second stage the Germans had chosen to violate the neutrality of Belgium, Britain, if she had intervened at all, would have intervened divided and too late. All these tremendous political strategic considerations were present in the minds of British ministers, and Mr. Lloyd George in particular would never believe, until the mass invasion of Belgium was an actual fact, that the Germans would be so unwise as to ignore them. Ludendorff, however, tells us that the German General Staff rejected such a plan for one decisive reason, namely, that it involved a long war. This answer seems insufficient. Germany had long and deliberately committed herself to the alternative plan of the invasion of France through Belgium with the intention of destroying the French armies in a few weeks. This was a decision of extreme hazard and audacity, flying in the face of world opinion, openly assuming the role of the aggressor, committing a hideous wrong against Belgium, incurring probably Belgian resistance and possibly, as they must apprehend, British intervention. But having embarked on such an audacious adventure, the Germans failed to concentrate wholly upon it. In order to secure victory in a few weeks in France before England could develop her strength, they must be prepared to endure serious injuries in the East. The German force opposing Russia was therefore rightly cut down to the absolute minimum. But to carry their plan through in its integrity, more territory should have been yielded to the Russian invaders, and in no circumstances should any reinforcements have been transferred from the west to the eastern front until the decision in the west had been reached. I had throughout the greatest misgivings of an impulsive offensive by the French based not on calm calculations of numbers, distances, and times, but upon the psychology of the French nation, the best traditions of the French army, the natural élan of the poilu. I knew, of course, that the offensive school held the dominance in France. One could see its reflection in the language of our military men, though these were strongly anchored to modern realities by unpleasant recollections of the Boer War. Without knowing with any certainty or exactness the French plan, I dreaded, whenever I reflected on the problem, an impetuous onset followed by a shattering shock. As between the two nations, France and Germany, it would be natural for the stronger to be left to take the offensive and invade the weaker. 4 or 5 marches from the frontier, the task of the invader becomes very difficult and may be made more difficult still. The defenders have superior communications from flank to flank and from front to rear. They fall back on carefully chosen, well-prepared positions and on ample magazines of munitions and supplies. The invader finds himself in a hostile country, surrounded by spies, with bridges and roads, especially lateral roads, broken and disorganized, and important junctions defended by fortresses still in the hands of the enemy. He is thus forced to deliver the first great battle on ground selected and prepared by his opponent. It is surely at this moment, and after this first shock has been sustained under the best conditions, that the opportunity for the offensive energy of the weaker power presents itself. If the Germans invaded France, it seemed to me in those days that the French would be wise to act as follows. They should entrench themselves conveniently along or near their frontier, constructing a vast system of field fortifications, open and concealed, sham and real, according to every device known at the time, and in these positions they should await the first shock of the Germans. I believed that the Germans did not appreciate the tremendous power of modern weapons, particularly the rifle. I based this on what I had seen of their methods in their maneuvers of 1906 and 1909, and on what I had learned about rifle fire in the South African War. The Germans were the challengers. They were the stronger, but not, in my opinion, strong enough for the continuous storming and reduction of well-fortified positions held by French regular armies or by British troops. I did not, of course, contemplate that the French would dig one uniform line along the whole length of their frontier. They would naturally treat the problem selectively, here resisting with their utmost strength, there allowing the enemy to penetrate and bulge into unpromising country or into some well-considered tactical area, only to be brought up by lines 15 to 20 miles in the rear. They would not hesitate to sell the Germans, piece by piece, a certain amount of ground for disproportionate losses. The universal tactical object to be pursued in this first phase should be to force the Germans to expose themselves in the open to the rifle and artillery fire of well-trained Frenchmen. It would be reasonable to hope that a process of this kind, continued for 3 or 4 days along the whole front, would have resulted in far heavier losses to the Germans than to the French, and that a larger proportion of the German than of the French armies would have been deployed and extended. One hoped in this way to see the French take toll of the manhood of the German nation at the outset of the war, as the British Army did on a small scale at Mons and Le Cateau. This would in no way have excluded tactical action by means of counterattacks wherever opportunities presented themselves. Meanwhile, at least 2/5 of the French armies should have been held back in a great mass of maneuver northeast of Paris. With this mass of maneuver, I hoped the British Army would have been associated. This general disposition should not have been compromised by any effort to proceed to the relief of Belgium, except with cavalry and small detachments to encourage the Belgians and to gain time. I was, of course, firmly persuaded, in common with the British General Staff, that the main German encircling movement would take place through Belgium and would comprise considerable forces west of the Belgian Meuse. I hoped that if this movement eventuated and prolonged itself in great strength, the French would find an opportunity of using the greater part of their armies of maneuver against it after the Germans had been well punished along the whole front. At any rate, that is the sort of way in which I thought then, before the event, and think still, the French command might best have safeguarded the vital interests of France. Very different, however, were the ideas of General Joffre. The famous Plan 17 consisted in a general offensive in an easterly and northeasterly direction by 4 French armies, with the last remaining army in reserve behind their center. It was based upon an ardent faith that the French right would penetrate deeply into Alsace and Lorraine, and an obstinate belief that the French left would be turned by a German movement west of the Meuse through Belgium. Both these calculations were to be completely falsified by the first events of the war. From the very earliest days, it was clear that the views which the British General Staff had consistently held since 1911 of a great German turning movement through Belgium, probably on both sides of the Belgian Meuse, were correct. Why should the Germans, with their eyes open, throw first Belgium and then the British Empire into the scales against them, unless for an operation of supreme magnitude? Besides, there were the evidences of their long preparations, camps, railways, and railway sidings, which the British staff under Sir John French and Sir Henry Wilson had so minutely studied. Lastly, reported with much accuracy from day to day, there came the enormous troop movements on the German right towards and into Belgium on both sides of the Meuse. Before the end of the first week in August, General Lanrezac, the commander of the left French army, the 5th, was raising loud cries of warning and alarm about the menace to his left, and indeed his rear, if he carried out the role assigned to him and attacked as ordered in a northeasterly direction. By the end of the second week, the presence of the accumulating masses of the German right could no longer be denied by the French High Command, and certain measures, tardy and inadequate, were taken to cope with it. Nevertheless, after the raid of a corps and a cavalry division into Alsace on the 13th August, General Joffre began his offensive into Lorraine with the 2 armies of the French right, the center armies conforming a few days later, and up till the evening of the 18th, General Lanrezac and the left French army were still under orders to advance northeast. 3 days later, this same army was defending itself in full battle from an attack from the north and northwest. It had been compelled to make a complete left wheel. The main shock began on the 20th, when the two armies of the French right battered themselves in vain against the strongly prepared German defenses. By the 21st, the French center armies were definitely stopped, and by noon on the 23rd, General Lanrezac and the French army of the left were outflanked and beaten. Meanwhile, our small army, thrust hurriedly forward towards Mons to shield the French left, found itself in presence of not less than 4 army corps with numerous cavalry constituting the swinging fist and saber of the German encircling advance. By the evening of the 23rd, Plan 17 had failed in every single element. The French armies of the right were thrown back into France and were entirely occupied in defending themselves. Their armies of the center and the left were in full retreat towards Paris and the south, and the British army, isolated and beset by overwhelming numbers, was in the direst peril of complete destruction. So much for Plan 17. The utmost secrecy had naturally been maintained by the French about their general plan. The existence of their nation was at stake. Neither the British cabinet nor what was left of the War Office were in a position to understand what was passing. I do not know how far Lord Kitchener was specially informed. I think it very improbable that he shared the secrets of the French headquarters to the extent of being able to measure what was happening on the front as a whole. If he shared them, he did not show it by any remark which escaped him. He knew, of course, all there was to be known about the situation of our own army, and a good deal about the forces contiguous to it. As the shock drew near, Prince Louis and I felt it our duty at the Admiralty to free Lord Kitchener's hands in every respect and to bear to the full our burden of responsibility. I therefore wrote to him on the 22nd of August as follows. The Admiralty are confident of their ability to secure this country against invasion or any serious raid. If you wish to send the 6th Division abroad at once, we should not raise any objection from the naval standpoint. The situation, now that both the Navy and the Territorials are mobilized and organized, is entirely different from those which have been discussed in the Invasion Committee of the CID, and if you want to send the last regular division, the First Sea Lord and I are quite ready to agree, and so far as possible to accept responsibility. He replied, "It is very doubtful if the division now crossing will get up in time to take part in the battle now impending on the Sambre. As soon as I can, I will let you know about the 6th Division going over. If I send it, we have practically nothing left." Late on the evening of August 23rd, I had a talk with Lord Kitchener. We knew the main battle had been joined and that our men had been fighting all day, but he had received no news. He was darkly hopeful. The map was produced. The dense massing of German divisions west of the Belgian Meuse and curling round the left flank of the Anglo-French line was visible as a broad effect. So was the pivot of Namur, in front of which this whole vast turning movement seemed precariously to be hinged. He had in his mind a great French counterstroke, a thrust at the shoulder, as it were, of the long, straining, encircling arm which should lop it off or cripple it fatally. He said of the Germans, They are running a grave risk. No one can set limits to what a well-disciplined army can do. But if the French were able to cut in here," he made a vigorous arrow northwest from Namur, "the Germans might easily have a Sedan of their own on a larger scale." I had a pleasing vision of the first phase of Austerlitz, with the Austrians stretching and spreading their left far out to the villages of Telnitz and Sokolnitz, while Napoleon remained crouched for his spring at the Pratzen Plateau. But had France a Napoleon? One had marched through Charleroi 99 years before. Was there another? And were the Germans like the Austrians and Russians of Austerlitz? However, we went anxiously but hopefully to our slumbers. At 7 o'clock the next morning, I was sitting up in bed in Admiralty House, working at my boxes, when the door of my bedroom opened and Lord Kitchener appeared. These were the days before he took to uniform, and my recollection is that he had a bowler hat on his head, which he took off with a hand which also held a slip of paper. He paused in the doorway, and I knew in a flash, and before ever he spoke, that the event had gone wrong. Though his manner was quite calm, his face was different. I had the subconscious feeling that it was distorted and discolored, as if it had been punched with a fist. His eyes rolled more than ever. His voice, too, was hoarse. He looked gigantic. "Bad news," he said heavily, and laid the slip of paper on my bed. I read the telegram. It was from Sir John French. "My troops have been engaged all day with the enemy on a line roughly east and west through Mons. The attack was renewed after dark, but we held our ground tenaciously. I have just received a message from GOC, 5th French Army, that his troops have been driven back, that Namur has fallen, and that he is taking up a line from Maubeuge to Rocroi. I have therefore ordered a retirement to the line Valenciennes-Longueville-Maubeuge, which is being carried out now. It will prove a difficult operation if the enemy remains in contact. I remember your precise instructions as to method and direction of retirement if necessity arises. I think that immediate attention should be directed to the defense of Havre. I did not mind it much till I got to Namur. Namur fallen, Namur taken in a single day, although a French brigade had joined the Belgians in its defense. We were evidently in the presence of new facts and of a new standard of values. If strong fortresses were to melt like wisps of vapor in a morning sun, many judgments would have to be revised. The foundations of thought were quaking. As for the strategic position, it was clear that the encircling arm was not going to be hacked off at the shoulder, but would close in a crushing grip. Where would it stop? What of the naked channel ports? Dunkirk, Calais, Boulogne. "Fortify Havre," said Sir John French. One day's general battle, and the sanguine advance and hoped-for counterstroke had been converted into "Fortify Havre." It will be difficult to withdraw the troops if the enemy remains in contact. A disquieting observation. I forget much of what passed between us, but the apparition of Kitchener Agonistes in my doorway will dwell with me as long as I live. It was like seeing old John Bull on the rack. When I met the admirals later, at 10, they were deeply perturbed about these Channel ports. They had never taken the War Office view of the superiority of the French army. They saw in this first decisive shock the confirmation of their misgivings. Someone suggested we should at any rate make sure of the Cotentin Peninsula as an ample place of arms, girt on three sides by the sea, from which the British armies of the future might proceed to the rescue of France. Fortify Havre, indeed. Already we look to Cherbourg and Saint-Nazaire. British Admiralty to French Admiralty, August 24th, 1914. Admiralty think it most important to naval interests to defend Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne as long as possible. We release Admiral Royer's armored cruiser squadron to cooperate in the land defenses of these three places. We will reinforce him, if necessary, with a battle squadron. French flotilla bases and naval stores at Calais and Boulogne can be transferred to Dover, and all preparations for that should be immediately worked out. We wish also to receive without delay French views about land defenses of Dunkirk, Boulogne, Calais, and Havre, and what military prospects are of holding on to all of them. We will, of course, assist in any way in our power. Lastly, we are considering shifting all military stores of British Expeditionary Force now at Boulogne to Cherbourg. We wish to know French views on the necessity for this as the result of the present battle becomes more clear. First Lord to Commander-in-Chief, Grand Fleet, August 24th, 1914. Personal. News from France is disappointing and serious results of battle cannot yet be measured, as it still continues over enormous front. I have had the telegrams about it repeated to you. We have not entered the business without resolve to see it through, and you may be assured that our action will be proportioned to the gravity of the need. I have absolute confidence in final result. No special action is required from you at present, but you should address your mind to a naval situation which may arise where Germans control Calais and French coasts, and what ought to be the position of Grand Fleet in that event. I had not seen the Chancellor of the Exchequer except at cabinets since the fateful Sunday before the war. I had been buried in the Admiralty, and he in the Treasury. I sustained vague general impressions of a tremendous financial crisis. Panic, bankruptcies, suspension of the Bank Act, moratoriums, paper money, like a distant tumult. I realized that he, aided by the Lord Chief Justice, Lord Reading, was riding the storm and regaining effective control of events. But I did not attempt to follow and appreciate the remarkable sequence of decisions by which an unprecedented, unimaginable situation was met. Now, however, with this fateful news, I felt intensely the need of contact with him, and I wanted to know how it would strike him and how he would face it. So I walked across the Horse Guards parade and made my way to the tunnel entrance of the Treasury Board room. It must have been about 10 o'clock in the morning, and, as I opened the door, I saw the room was crowded. One of that endless series of conferences with all the great business and financial authorities of Britain, by means of which the corner was turned, was in progress. He saw me at once. I beckoned with my finger, and he came out. We went into a little room scarcely bigger than a cupboard, which adjoined, and I told him what had happened. I was relieved and overjoyed at his response. He was once again the Lord George of Agadir. Not since the morning of the Mansion House speech, 3 years before, had I seen him so strong and resolute for our country, or so sure of its might. First Lord to Commander-in-Chief, Grand Fleet, August 25, 1914. British retirement on French frontier successfully and skillfully effected. Army now in strong position, well supported. Our casualties reported not severe considering continued engagement with 2 German corps and 2 cavalry divisions. Enemy was well punished and lost heavily. Main battle has still to be fought. General impression better this morning. Hope all is well with you. Then came the days of retreat. We saw that the French armies of the right were holding their own, but all the center and left was marching southwards towards Paris as fast as possible, while our own 5 divisions were, for several days, plainly in the very jaws of destruction. At the Admiralty, we received requests to shift the base of the whole army from Havre to Saint-Nazaire, and with this complicated business, we had to cope. The process of retreat continued day after day. A seemingly irresistible compulsion was pressing and forcing backwards the brave armies of France. Why should it stop? Would they ever be able to turn? If France could not save herself, nothing could save her. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. The Battle in France, August 20th to September 6th, 1914. Casting about for help in this bitter time, I ventured to make the suggestions which follow, but it was not found possible, in view of all the difficulties, to give effect to them. Mr. Churchill to Lord Kitchener, August 28, 1914. Here's an idea which deserves examination. The Siberian troops would, if used against Germany and Austria, have to come south at an awkward moment and derange the communications, so I am told. On the other hand, it would probably be easy to send them to Archangel, and it is roughly only 6 days from Archangel to Ostend. If a couple of Russian corps d'armée were transported round this route, it would be possible to strike at the German communications in a very effective manner. It is an interesting idea, though I dare say it would not greatly commend itself to the Russians. Don't trouble to answer. Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey, Lord Kitchener, September 5th, 1914. I hear from many sources of the keen and widespread desire of individual Americans to take part in the war on our side. It has been stated that 50,000 or 60,000 Americans have volunteered, including a number of Virginians. I also hear that wealthy Americans are anxious to subscribe to the equipment of a force. There is no doubt that a large number of American citizens of quality and character are anxious to fight on our side. The value and advantage of such aid cannot be overrated from any point of view. I am ignorant of the law on these subjects, but foreign legions have played their part in many wars. It ought to be possible to organize in Canada an American volunteer force amounting to at least a division, which could go into action as such. Nothing will bring American sympathy along with us so much as American bloodshed in the field. What is wanted now is that there should be an announcement made that we will accept the services of Americans who come to Canada or England and volunteer, that they will be formed into units in which they can serve together with their friends and comrades, that they will be able to choose their own regimental officers, and that the British government will bear the whole expense of equipment and transportation, and that they shall share in every way the perils and fortunes of our troops. I believe there is a source of fighting manhood here of the highest possible quality, whose very employment would produce beneficial reactions in every direction. The problem is how to set up the rallying flag in Canada, and so indicate where those who wish to help us can go to join. WSC. Personally, I was hopeful that the wave of invasion would spend its fury, and as I had indicated in my memorandum of 3 years before, I believed that if the French forces had not been squandered by precipitate action on the frontiers, an opportunity of striking the decisive blow would occur about the 40th day. In order to encourage my colleagues, I reprinted this memorandum and circulated it to the whole Cabinet on September 2nd, pointing out that I had never counted upon a victorious issue at the frontiers, had always expected that the French armies would be driven into retreat by the 20th day, but that, in spite of this, there were good hopes of success. But I had no means of measuring the forces by which this result would be achieved, except by the most general processes. Meanwhile, the impression of an overwhelming disaster was conveyed to England through 100 channels. Newspaper correspondents made their way in the confusion to the very fringe of the German advance. Stragglers by the thousand and even detachments from the British Army appeared in a desperate condition far to its rear and on its flanks. In spite of the censorship, the reports in the papers were alarming, while rumor far exceeded anything that was printed. Acute distress was manifested. In these circumstances, at the request of Lord Kitchener and the Prime Minister, I drafted on Sunday, September 4th, the following communiqué, which was universally accepted as coming from the Army, and I hope and believe gave comfort without concealing the truth. It is now possible to make another general survey, in continuation of that issued on August 30th, of the operations of the British Army during the last week. No new main trial of strength has taken place. There have indeed been battles in various parts of the immense front which in other wars would have been considered operations of the first magnitude, but in this war they are merely the incidents of the strategic withdrawal and contraction of the Allied forces necessitated by the initial shock on the frontiers and in Belgium, and by the enormous strength which the Germans have thrown into the Western theater, while suffering heavily through weakness in the Eastern. The British Expeditionary Army has conformed to the general movement of the French forces and acted in harmony with the strategic conceptions of the French General Staff. Since the battle at Cambrai, Le Cateau, on August 26th, where the British troops successfully guarded the left flank of the whole line of French armies from a deadly turning attack supported by enormous force, the 7th French Army has come into operation on our left, and this, in conjunction with the 5th Army on our right, has greatly taken the strain and pressure off our men. The 5th French Army, in particular, on August 29, advanced from the line of the Oise River to meet and counter the German forward movement, and a considerable battle developed to the south of Giza. In this, the 5th French Army gained a marked and solid success, driving back with heavy loss and in disorder 3 German Army corps, the 10th, the Guard, and a reserve corps. It is believed that the commander of the 10th German Corps was among those killed. In spite of this success, however, and all the benefits which flowed from it, the general retirement to the south continued, and the German armies, seeking persistently after the British troops, remained in practically continuous contact with our rear guards. On August 30 and 31, the British covering and delaying troops were frequently engaged, and on September 1st, a very vigorous effort was made by the Germans, which brought about a sharp action in the neighborhood of Compiègne. This action was fought principally by the 1st British Cavalry Brigade and the 4th Guards Brigade, and was entirely satisfactory to the British. The German attack, which was most strongly pressed, was not brought to a standstill until much slaughter had been inflicted upon them and until 10 German guns had been captured. The brunt of this creditable affair fell upon the Guards Brigade, who lost in killed and wounded about 300 men. After this engagement, our troops were no longer molested. Wednesday, September 2nd, was the first quiet day they had had since the Battle of Mons on August 23rd. During the whole of this period, marching and fighting had been continuous, and in the whole period the British casualties had amounted, according to the latest estimates, to about 15,000 officers and men. The fighting having been in open order upon a wide front, with repeated retirements, has led to a large number of officers and men, and even small parties, missing their way and getting separated, and it is known that a very considerable number of those now included in the total will rejoin the colors safely. These losses, though heavy in so small a force, have in no wise affected the spirit of the troops. They do not amount to a third of the losses inflicted by the British force upon the enemy, and the sacrifice required of the army has not been out of proportion to its military achievements. In all, drafts amounting to 19,000 men have reached our army or are approaching them on the line of communications, and advantage is being taken of the 5 quiet days that have passed since the action of September 1st to fill up the gaps and refit and consolidate the units. The British Army is now south of the Marne and is in line with the French forces on the right and left. The latest information about the enemy is that they are neglecting Paris and are marching in a southeasterly direction towards the Marne and towards the left and center of the French line. The 1st German Army is reported to be between La Ferté-sous-Jouarre and Assise-Villefort. The 2nd German Army, after taking Reims, has advanced to Château-Thierry and to the east of that place. The 4th German Army is reported to be marching south on the west of the Argonne, between Suippes and Ville-sur-Torba. All these points were reached by the Germans on September 3rd. The 7th German Army has been repulsed by a French corps near D'Ainville. It would therefore appear that the enveloping movement upon the Anglo-French left flank has been abandoned by the Germans, either because it is no longer practicable to continue such a great extension, or because the alternative of a direct attack upon the Allied line is preferred. Whether this change of plan by the Germans is voluntary, or whether it has been enforced upon them by the strategic situation and the great strength of the Allied armies in their front, will be revealed by the course of events. There is no doubt whatever that our men have established a personal ascendancy over the Germans, and that they are conscious of the fact that with anything like even numbers, the result would not be doubtful. At this time, I knew, of course, that another supreme battle was impending. My principal fear was that the French would turn too soon and make their new effort before the German thrust had reached its full extension. I was glad, therefore, to learn on September 3rd that the French government were quitting Paris, as it showed a resolve to treat the capital just as if it were an ordinary tactical feature, to be fought round or through as might be convenient in a purely military sense. It also showed a determination to continue the war, whatever might happen to Paris. We were now at the 35th day of mobilization. The Germans must be strung out in their pursuit and far ahead of supplies, munitions, and drafts. The great mass of Paris, with its circle of forts, must either, like a breakwater, divide the oncoming German waves, or by compelling them to pass wholly to the east of it, serve as a secure flank for the French. And at this culminating moment, the Russian pressure began to produce substantial effects. Honor must ever be done to the Tsar and Russian nation for the noble ardor and loyalty with which they hurled themselves into the war. A purely Russian treatment of their military problem would have led the Russian armies into immediate withdrawals from their frontiers until the whole of their vast mobilization was completed. Instead of this, they added to a forward mobilization an impetuous advance not only against Austria, but into Germany. The flower of the Russian army was soon to be cut down in enormous and fearful battles in East Prussia. But the results of their invasion were gathered at the decisive point. The nerve of the German headquarters failed. On August 25th, 2 army corps and a cavalry division of the German right were withdrawn from France. On August 31st, Lord Kitchener was able to telegraph Sir John French. 32 trains of German troops were yesterday reported moving from the western field to meet the Russians. Awful was the responsibility of General Joffre and the French High Command for the decision which must now be taken. To turn too late was to risk the demoralization of the armies. To turn too soon was to court another, and this time a final defeat. And how compute the balance of all the agonies and pressures simultaneously operating and reciprocally interacting, which should determine the dread issue? Whatever the mistakes of the opening phase, however wrong the tactical and strategic conceptions which had induced them, immortal glory crowns the brows of those who gave the fateful signal and lights the bayonets of the heroic armies that obeyed it. On September 6th, being the 37th day of mobilization, all the French armies between Verdun and Paris, together with the British Army and the French forces in Paris and to the north of Paris, turned upon their pursuers and sprang at their throats. The Battle of the Marne had begun. I may now be permitted to descend to a small scale of events and to refer to an incident which has caused both stir and controversy. By the 27th of August, the Cabinet had formed the opinion that great friction had arisen between Sir John French and General Lanrezac, and also between the British and French headquarters. Actually, the difference was with General Lanrezac, who Sir John French considered had not given him due notice of his intention to retire after the battle on the 22nd and 23rd. We were concerned with the apparent intention of the British Army to retire and refit behind the French left. Their losses, so far reported to us, did not exceed 10,000 men. We could not measure the exhaustion of the troops, nor the extent of the disorganization inseparable from continued fighting and retreating. We accordingly decided to send Lord Kitchener at once to see the British and French commanders-in-chief and make sure that nothing that Britain could do should be left undone. If Lord Kitchener had gone in plain clothes, no difficulty would have arisen. But his appearance in Paris in the uniform of a field marshal, senior to the commander-in-chief at that dark and critical moment, wounded and disconcerted Sir John French deeply, and not unnaturally. I labored my utmost to put this right, and to make it clear that the Cabinet, and not Lord Kitchener, were responsible. Admiralty, September 4th, 1914. Mr. Churchill to Sir John French. I have wanted so much to write to you, and yet not to bother you with reading letters. Still, I suppose there are moments when you can find the leisure to read a few lines from a friend. The Cabinet was bewildered by your telegram proposing to retire from the line, coming on the top of a casualty list of 6,000, and your reports as to the good spirit of the troops. We feared that you and Joffre might have quarreled, or that something had happened to the army of which we had not been informed. In these circumstances, telegraphing was useless, and a personal consultation was indispensable if further misunderstandings were to be avoided. I am sure it would be wise to have some good officer on your staff, like, say, Major Swinton, who could, without troubling you unduly, give us a clear and complete impression of what is taking place day by day. Our only wish is to sustain and support you. We are at a point where losses will only rouse still further the spirit of the nation, provided they are incurred, as yours have been, in brilliant and successful action. But we ought to be kept in a position to form a true and connected impression of the course of events. For my own part, I am only anxious that you shall be sustained and reinforced in every way, and I look forward confidently to seeing you ere long at the head of 250,000 men, and in the spring of 500,000. I enclose you a paper which I wrote 3 years ago, which seems to have been borne out by the course of events, and which I hope will continue to be confirmed. In case any further difficulties arise, and you think I can be of any use, you have only to send for me, and subject to the naval situation, I could reach you very quickly by motor car or aeroplane. It is hard sitting here day after day with so many friends engaged. The resolution of the nation is splendid. It is a different country to the one you left. God guard you and prosper our arms. France, September 6th, 1914. Sir John French to Mr. Churchill. Thank you very much for your kind and encouraging letter. It was a keen pleasure to hear from you and to read your words. I have had a terribly anxious time, and the troops have suffered severely, but they are simply glorious. I think you have heard me say that I would be ready to take on any enemy in Europe half as strong again. I say that more than ever now. I can't find words to say all I think of them. There has been some extraordinary misunderstanding at home as to my relations with General Joffre, the French C&C. We have been on the very best terms all through, and he has spoken most kindly of the help he has received from us. I can't understand what brought Kitchener to Paris. I am writing to you as one of my greatest friends, and I know you'll let me write freely and privately. His visit was really most unfortunate. He took me away from the front to visit him in Paris on a very critical day when I should have been directing the operation most carefully. And I tell you, between ourselves, strictly, that when I returned to my headquarters, I found a very critical situation existing. 8 p.m., and authoritative orders and directions badly needed. It was the day when the Guards and a cavalry brigade were so heavily engaged. I do beg of you, my dear friend, to add one more to all the many great kindnesses you have done me, and stop this interference with field operations. In reply, I sent further explanations which, aided as they were by victory, proved acceptable. Sir John French to Mr. Churchill. General Headquarters, British Forces, September 10th, 1914. Thank you, my dear friend, with all my heart for your truly kind reply to my letter, and also for your previous letter of the 4th. I fear I was a little unreasonable about K and his visit, but we have been through a hard time, and perhaps my temper isn't made any better by it. However, as usual, you have poured balm into my wounds, although they may have been only imaginary, and I am deeply grateful. Since I wrote to you last, the whole atmosphere has changed, and for 5 solid days we have been pursuing instead of pursued, and the Germans have had simply hell. This very day we have captured several hundred, cut off a whole lot of transport, and got 10 or 12 guns, and the ground is strewn with dead and wounded Germans. Something like this happened yesterday and the day before, but this is nothing to what they have lost in front of the 5th and 6th French armies, which have been much more strongly opposed. They are indeed fairly on the run, and we are following hard. What a wonderful forecast you made in 1911. I don't remember the paper, but it has turned out almost as you said. I have shown it to a few of my staff. I was afraid of Joffre's strategy at first, and thought he ought to have taken the offensive much sooner. But he was quite right. I felt it vitally important to my whole structure of thought on this war problem to see for myself with my own eyes what was passing at the front and what were the conditions of this new war, and to have personal contact with Sir John French. Reflection and imagination can only build truly when they are checked point by direct impressions of reality. I believed myself sufficiently instructed to derive an immense refreshment of judgment from a personal investigation without incurring the opposite danger of a distorted view through particular experiences. But it was not until the armies came to a standstill along the line of the Enna that I felt justified in asking Lord Kitchener to allow me to accept the repeated invitations of Sir John French. He gladly gave his permission, and I started the next morning. On the 16th September, the Duke of Westminster drove me from Calais to the British headquarters at La Fère and Tardenois. We made a fairly wide detour as we had no exact information as to where the flanks of the moving armies actually lay, and it was not until nightfall that we fell in with the left flank of the British line. Sir John had all his arrangements ready-made for me, and the next day, between daylight and dark, I was able to traverse the entire British artillery front from the edge of the Cronat Plateau on the right to the outskirts of Soissons on the left. I met everybody I wanted to meet and saw everything that could be seen without unnecessary danger. I lunched with the Greys, then commanded by that fine soldier, Colonel Bulkeley Johnson. I had a long talk with Sir Henry Rawlinson on a haystack from which we could observe the fire of the French artillery near Soissons. I saw for the first time what then seemed the prodigy of a British aeroplane threading its way among the smoke puffs of searching shells. I saw the big black German shells, the coal boxes, and Jack Johnsons, as they were then called, bursting in Pacy village, or among our patient, impassive batteries on the ridge. I climbed to a wooded height beneath which the death-haunted bridge across the Enna was visible. When darkness fell, I saw the horizon lighted with the quick flashing of the cannonade. Such scenes were afterwards to become commonplace, but their first aspect was thrilling. I dined with the young officers of the headquarters staff and met there, for the last time, alas, my brilliant, gallant friend Hugh Donnay. Early next morning, I opened with Sir John French the principal business I had to discuss, namely, the advantages of disengaging the British Army from its position on the Enna, and its transportation to its natural station on the sea flank in contact with the Navy. I found the Field Marshal in the most complete accord, and I undertook to lay his views before Lord Kitchener and the Prime Minister, who I knew would welcome such a development. I started home immediately and reached London the next morning. Contact with the Army was always a great encouragement to everyone who visited France. In the field, in spite of the newly dug graves and hurrying ambulances, there was not the same sense of tragedy as hung around our windows in Whitehall. But I could not share the universal optimism of the staff. It was firmly believed and loudly declared on every side that if all available reinforcements in officers and men were sent to the Army without delay, the war would be finished by Christmas. Fierce were the reproaches that the War Office were withholding vitally needed officers, instructors, and material for the purpose of training vast armies that would never be ready in time. I combated these views to the best of my ability, being fully convinced of Lord Kitchener's commanding foresight and wisdom in resisting the temptation to meet the famine of the moment by devouring the seed corn of the future. I repeated the memorable words he had used to the Cabinet that the British Empire must participate in the land war on the greatest scale, and that in no other way could victory be won. Taking a complete survey, I consider now that this prudent withholding from the Army in the field in the face of every appeal and demand the key men who alone could make the new armies was the greatest of the services which Lord Kitchener rendered to the nation at this time, and it was a service which no one of lesser authority than he could have performed. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. On the Oceans. Expeditions against the German colonies. The Imperial reinforcements. The Admiralty at full strain. General situation in the outer seas. The price of concentration at home. The Königsberg and the Emden in the Indian Ocean. The convoy system. General situation in the Pacific. British dispositions. Japan declares war on Germany. Overwhelming forces of the Allies. Difficulty of their task. Fox and geese. Problem of Admiral von Spee. Limitations on his action. Plight of cruisers without bases. Telltale coal. The Admiralty problem. The capture of Samoa. The Great Australasian Convoy. The capture of New Guinea. Depredations of the Emden. Concentration against the Emden. Public dissatisfaction on Admiralty statement. Sailing of the Australasian convoy to Colombo. The Canadians cross the Atlantic. First Imperial concentration complete. On an August morning, behold the curious sight of a British cabinet of respectable Liberal politicians sitting down deliberately and with malice aforethought to plan the seizure of the German colonies in every part of the world. A month before, with what horror and disgust would most of those present have averted their minds from such ideas? But our sea communications depended largely upon the prompt denial of these bases or refuges to the German cruisers. And further, with Belgium already largely overrun by the German armies, everyone felt that we must lose no time in taking hostages for her eventual liberation. Accordingly, with maps and pencils, the whole world was surveyed. 6 separate expeditions were approved in principle and remitted to the staffs for study and execution. An enterprising captain had already, on the outbreak of war, invaded the German colony of Togoland. We now proposed, in conjunction with the French, to attack the Cameroons, a much more serious undertaking. General Botha had already declared his intention of invading German Southwest Africa. The New Zealand and Australian governments wished at once to seize Samoa and the German possessions in the Pacific. An Anglo-Indian expedition was authorized for the attack of German East Africa. The staff work in preparation for the military side of this last expedition was by no means perfect and resulted in a serious rebuff. The transportation of the expeditionary forces simultaneously in all these different directions, while the seas were still scoured by the German cruisers, threw another set of responsibilities upon the Admiralty. From the middle of September onwards, we began to be at our fullest strain. The great map of the world, which covered one whole wall of the war room, now presented a remarkable appearance. As many as 20 separate enterprises and undertakings dependent entirely upon sea power were proceeding simultaneously in different parts of the globe. Apart from the expeditions set forth above, the enormous business of convoying from all parts of the empire the troops needed for France, and of replacing them in some cases with territorials from home, lay heavy upon us. It was soon to be augmented. It had been easy to set on foot the organization of the 3 naval brigades and other divisional troops for the Royal Naval Division, but at a very early stage I found the creation of the artillery beyond any resources of which I could dispose. We could, and did, order 100 field guns in the United States, but the training, mounting, and equipping of the artillerymen could not and ought not to be undertaken apart from the main preparation of the army. My military staff officer, Major Ollivant, at this stage had a very good idea which provoked immediately far-reaching consequences. He advised me to ask Lord Kitchener for 12 British batteries from India to form the artillery of the Royal Naval Division, letting India have territorial batteries in exchange. I put this to Lord Kitchener the same afternoon. He seemed tremendously struck by the idea. What would the Cabinet say? He asked. If the government of India refused, could the Cabinet overrule them? Would they? Would I support him in the matter? And so on. I had to leave that night for the north to visit the fleet, which was lying in Loch Ewe, on the west coast of Scotland. 48 hours later, when I returned, I visited Lord Kitchener and asked him how matters were progressing. He beamed with delight. Not only, he said, am I going to take 12 batteries, but 31. And not only am I going to take batteries, I am going to take battalions. I'm going to take 39 battalions. I'm going to send them territorial divisions instead. 3 territorial divisions. You must get the transports ready at once. After we had gloated over this prospect of succoring our struggling front, I observed that I could now count on the 12 batteries for the Royal Naval Division. Not one, he said. I am going to take them all myself, and he rubbed his hands together with every sign of glee. So the Naval Division was left again in the cold, and had to go forward as infantry only. This new development involved a heavy addition to our convoy work, and the situation in the Indian and Pacific Oceans must now be examined by the reader. When the war began, the Germans had the following cruisers on foreign stations: Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Emden, Nuremberg, Leipzig, China, Königsberg, East Africa and Indian Ocean, Dresden, Karlsruhe, West Indies. All these ships were fast and modern, and every one of them did us serious injury before they were destroyed. There were also several gunboats: Geier, Planet, Comet, Nusa, and Eber, none of which could be ignored. In addition, we expected that the Germans would try to send to sea upwards of 40 fast-armed merchantmen to prey on commerce. Our arrangements were, however, as has been narrated, successful in preventing all but 5 from leaving harbor. Of these 5, the largest, the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, was sunk by the High Flyer, Captain Buller, on August 26th. The Cap Trafalgar was sunk on September 14th by the British armed merchant cruiser Carmania, Captain Noel Grant, after a brilliant action between these 2 naked ships, and the 3 others took refuge and were interned in neutral harbors some months later. Our dispositions for preventing a cruiser and commerce raider attack upon our trade were from the outset very largely successful, and in the few months with which this volume deals, every one of the enemy's ships was reduced to complete inactivity, sunk, or pinned in port. Nevertheless, it is a fair criticism that we ought to have had more fast cruisers in foreign waters, and in particular that we ought to have matched every one of the German cruisers with a faster ship, as it was our intention to do. The Karlsruhe in the West Indies gave a chance to our hunting vessels at the outbreak of war, and the Königsberg in the Indian Ocean was sighted a few days earlier. But our ships were not fast enough to bring the former to action or keep in close contact with the latter till war was declared. As will be seen, nearly every one of these German cruisers took its prey before being caught, not only of merchant ships, but of ships of war. The Scharnhorst and Gneisenau sank the Monmouth and Good Hope. The Königsberg surprised and destroyed the Pegasus, and the Emden sank the Russian cruiser Zemchug and the French destroyer Mosquet. Certainly, they did their duty well. The keynote of all the Admiralty dispositions at the outbreak of war was to be as strong as possible in home waters in order to fight a decisive battle with the whole German Navy. To this end, the foreign stations were cut down to the absolute minimum necessary to face the individual ships abroad in each theater. The fleet was weak in fast light cruisers, and the whole of my administration had been occupied in building as many of them as possible. None of the Arethusa's had, however, yet reached the fleet. We therefore grudged every light cruiser removed from home waters, feeling that the fleet would be tactically incomplete without its sea cavalry. The principle of first things first, and of concentrating in a decisive theater against the enemy's main power, had governed everything, and had led to delay in meeting an important and well-recognized subsidiary requirement. The inconvenience in other parts of the globe had to be faced. It was serious. Nowhere did this inconvenience show itself more than in the Indian Ocean. After being sighted and making off on the 31st of July, the Königsberg became a serious preoccupation on all movements of troops and trade. Another fast German cruiser, the Emden, which on the outbreak of war was on the China station, also appeared in the middle of September in Indian waters, and being handled with enterprise and audacity began to inflict numerous and serious losses upon our mercantile marine. These events produced consequences. By the end of August, we had already collected the bulk of the 7th Division from all the fortresses and garrisons of the Empire. During September, the 2 British Indian divisions, with additional cavalry, in all nearly 50,000 men, were already crossing the Indian Ocean. On top of this came the plans for exchanging practically all the British infantry and artillery in India for territorial batteries and battalions, and the formation of the 27th, 28th, and 29th Divisions of regular troops. The New Zealand contingent must be escorted to Australia, and there, with 25,000 Australians, await convoys to Europe. Meanwhile, the leading troops of the Canadian Army, about 25,000 strong, had to be brought across the Atlantic. All this was, of course, additional to the main situation in the North Sea and to the continued flow of drafts, reinforcements, and supplies across the Channel. Meanwhile, the enemy's fleet remained intact, waiting, as we might think, its moment to strike, and his cruisers continued to prey upon the seas. To strengthen our cruiser forces, we had already armed and commissioned 24 liners as auxiliary cruisers, and had armed defensively 54 merchantmen. Another 40 suitable vessels were in preparation. In order to lighten the strain in the Indian Ocean and to liberate our light cruisers for their proper work of hunting down the enemy, I proposed the employment of our old battleships, Canopus class, as escorts to convoys. Besides employing these old battleships on convoy, we had also at the end of August sent 3 others abroad as rallying points for our cruisers in case a German heavy cruiser should break out. Thus, the Glory was sent to Halifax, the Albion to Gibraltar, and the Canopus to the Cape de Verde station. Naval history afforded numerous good examples of the use of a protective battleship to give security and defensive superiority to a cruiser force, to serve, in fact, as a floating fortress round which the faster vessels could maneuver, and on which they could fall back. These battleships also gave protection to the colliers and supply ships at the various oceanic bases, without which all our cruiser system would have broken down. The reader will see the system further applied as the war advances. At the beginning of September, I decided that the whole convoy system in the Indian Ocean must be put on a regular basis. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, Sir Henry Jackson, September 5th, 1914. There is no use in our sending escorts which are weaker than the enemy's ship from which attack is to be apprehended. Armed merchant cruisers can in no case be counted on except as an additional reinforcement. Single troop ships may be escorted by one war vessel, if that vessel is stronger than the Königsberg. No convoys of transports are to go across the Indian Ocean or Red Sea unless escorted by at least 2 war vessels, one of which must be stronger than the Königsberg. In large convoys of over 6 vessels, a third, and in very large convoys, a 4th warship should be added. Military needs must give way to the limitations of escort. 6 ships, including the Fox, are available, and it ought to be possible to organize fortnightly, if not 12-day convoys from Bombay. Commander-in-Chief, East Indies, should be directed to submit, by telegraph, a scheme for such convoys. All transports which may want convoy must be held over till the next is ready. WSC. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, September 15th, 1914. In order to accelerate the dispatch of the 3rd Division from India to France and the 7 battalions to German East Africa, it is proposed that the transports now conveying the Territorial Division to Egypt shall go on to Bombay. It has also been decided to exchange 31 batteries of British Indian regular artillery for service in Europe with an equal number of territorial batteries, which are to embark shortly from home. The ships carrying the territorial batteries will also go on to Bombay and be available as additional transport. Please concert these measures with the War Office. It is most important that these double convoys each way should hit off our fortnightly escorts, which are the governing consideration. Pray let me have a scheme showing how all this movement can be fitted in with the greatest speed and smoothness. WSC. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, Sir Henry Jackson, September 18, 1914. In addition to the 2 divisions now coming from India and the expedition for German East Africa, we must expect the following: A. A 3rd Indian Division. B. 31 batteries of field artillery from India to be exchanged for an equal amount of territorial artillery from home. C. 39 battalions of British infantry from India to be exchanged for an equal number of territorial battalions from home. D. As many more Indian troops as India in these circumstances finds it convenient to dispatch. E. Reinforcements to make good wastage of Indian troops in the field. These later movements are not all finally settled and approved, but it is certain that from now till Christmas we shall require to maintain regular fortnightly convoys. We cannot delay till then the work of hunting down Königsberg and Emden by our own fast cruisers, nor can we keep these vessels employed indefinitely on duties for which they are unsuited. It is necessary that 3 old battleships, including Ocean from Gibraltar, should proceed at once to the East Indies station to relieve, as they arrive, first Dartmouth and Chatham, and next Black Prince. Minerva should go on to India with the transports she is now escorting to Egypt, and the East Indies convoy force should be as follows: Suez, 2 Majestics, and Minerva. Bombay, 1 Majestic, Swiftsure, and Fox. These escorts should sail every fortnight to exchange transports at the rendezvous 500 miles east of Aden. Modern ships would be released for other duties as these came on the spot. 2. In the Mediterranean, the French should be asked to supply 4 old battleships and 2 old armored cruisers for convoy duty between Marseille and Port Said, and asked to arrange fortnightly sailings via Malta to fit in with the Indian convoy service. We will escort all transports from England to Malta at times which will enable the French convoys to take them up en route. 3. The force at the Dardanelles must be raised to a strength sufficient to fight the Turco-German fleet. As soon, therefore, as the French escort becomes available, Indomitable should join Indefatigable. Defense should also be ordered there from Malta. Weymouth should come home. The 4 destroyers from the canal should rejoin their flotilla at the Dardanelles. 4. In view of the above, I agree that Fox should remain with the Indian convoy, and that Dartmouth should take the 3 transports to Mombasa, afterwards hunting Königsberg. 5. The whole of this should be coordinated and worked out into a regular timetable of sailings, to which the military must adhere, sending more or less transports, according to their convenience. It must be clearly understood that no intermediate sailings are possible. WSC. The position in the Pacific was also complicated. When I went to the Admiralty at the end of 1911, arrangements were made to form the China Squadron of the Defense, the Minotaur, and an armored cruiser of the County class. These 2 first-named ships were in themselves of very satisfactory disposition against the powerful German armored cruisers, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. They were approximately equal to the Germans in modernity, size, and speed, but of heavier metal, firing a broadside of 2,520 pounds, as against 1,725 pounds of their rivals. But as time passed and the pressure upon us grew more severe, we had in 1913 to bring one of these ships, Defense, back to the Mediterranean. In order to fill the gap with the least possible inroad upon our home strength, Prince Louis being First Sea Lord, we devised a frugal scheme by which the Triumph, one of the 2 battleships which had been built for and bought from Chile to prevent their falling into Russian hands at the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, was made to serve as a depot ship manned on mobilization from the crews of the river gunboats on the Yangtze and the West River. Her sister, the Swiftsure, shortly afterwards became the flagship in the East Indies. These 2 ships had the good speed for battleships of their date of 20.1 knots. They carried 4 10-inch and no less than 14 7.5-inch guns. They were not heavily armored, and according to our ideas, they were a compromise between the battleship and the armored cruiser. Differing in conception at many points from the standard types of the Royal Navy, these vessels did not fit homogeneously into any of our battle squadrons, and were conveniently employed on special duties. Without the Triumph, Admiral Durham's squadron, Minotaur and Hampshire, with the light cruiser Yarmouth, would on the outbreak of war have had little or no margin, though the Minotaur was the strongest of all our armored cruisers. But once the Triumph was mobilized, our superiority, except in speed, was overwhelming, and we could afford to see how greater matters went at home before deciding whether to reinforce the China station or not. In the first hours of the crisis, my thoughts had turned to the China station. As early as the 28th of July, I proposed to the First Sea Lord the discreet mobilization of the Triumph and the concentration of the China Squadron upon her, and this was accordingly effected in good time. 5,000 miles to the southward was the Australian Squadron, consisting of the battle cruiser Australia and the 2 excellent modern light cruisers, Sydney, and Melbourne. The Australia by herself could, of course, defeat the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, though by running different ways, one of the pair could have escaped destruction. Our last look around the oceans before the fateful signal left us therefore in no immediate anxiety about the Pacific. On the outbreak of war, the French armored cruisers Montcalm and Duplex and the Russian light cruisers Askold and Zemchug in the Far East were placed under British command, thus sensibly increasing our predominance. A few days later, an event of the greatest importance occurred. The attitude of Japan towards Germany suddenly became one of fierce menace. No clause in the Anglo-Japanese treaty entitled us to invoke the assistance of Japan. But it became evident before the war had lasted a week that the Japanese nation had not forgotten the circumstances and influences under which they had been forced, at the end of the Chinese War, to quit Port Arthur. They now showed themselves resolved to extirpate all German authority and interests in the Far East. On the 15th, Japan addressed an ultimatum to Germany, demanding within 7 days the unconditional surrender of the German naval base Tsingtao, Kiaochao. Couching this demand in the very phrases in which 19 years before they had been summoned to leave Port Arthur at the instance of Germany. In reply, the German emperor commanded his servants to resist to the end, and here, as almost in every other place where Germans found themselves isolated in the face of overwhelming force, he was obeyed with constancy. The advent of Japan into the war enabled us to use our China squadron to better advantage in other theaters. The Newcastle was ordered across the Pacific, where our 2 old sloops, the Algerine and Shearwater, were in jeopardy from the German light cruiser Leipzig. The Triumph was sent to participate with a small British contingent in the Japanese attack upon the fortress of Tsingtao. General arrangements were made by the British and Japanese admiralties, whereby responsibility for the whole of the northern Pacific, except the Canadian coast, was assumed by Japan. The table following sets forth the rival forces in the Western Pacific at the outbreak of war. Even without the ships employed by Japan or the great Japanese reserves which lay behind them, the superior strength of the Allies was overwhelming. But the game the two sides had to play was by no means as unequal as it looked. It was indeed the old game of fox and geese. The 2 powerful German cruisers, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, with their 2 light cruisers, formed a modern squadron fast and formidable in character. Our battle cruiser, Australia, could catch them and could fight them single-handed. The Minotaur and the Hampshire could just catch them and, as we held, could fight them with good prospects of success. But it would be a hard-fought action. If the Triumph were added to Minotaur and Hampshire, there was no risk at all in the fight, but almost insuperable difficulty in bringing the enemy to action. Among the light cruisers, the Yarmouth, Melbourne, Sydney, and the Japanese Chikuma could both catch and kill Emden or Nuremberg. Of our older light cruisers, Fox and Encounter could have fought Emden or Nuremberg, with a chance of killing or at least of crippling them before being killed, but neither was fast enough to catch them. Our remaining cruisers could only be used in combination with stronger vessels. With our forces aided by 2 French and 2 Russian ships, and by the Japanese to the extent which will be described, The Admiralty had to protect all the expeditions, convoys, and trade in the Pacific. To wit, warships in the Western Pacific, August to October 1914. Battle cruisers. British, Australia. Japanese, Ibuki. Battleships. British, Triumph. Armored cruisers. German, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau. British, Minotaur, Hampshire. French, Montcalm, Duplex. Fast light cruiser. German, Emden, Nuremberg. British, Yarmouth, Melbourne, Sydney, Philomel. Japanese, Chikuma. Older light cruisers. British, Encounter, Pioneer, Pyramus, Psyche. Russian, Askold, Zemchug. Ships on fixed patrolling beats, not available for offensive action. Armed merchant cruisers. Germany, Prince Eitel, Prince Friedrich. Britain, Empress of Asia, Empress of Japan, Empress of Russia, Himalaya. Gunboats. German, Geyer. British, Cadmus, Clio. French, Kersaint, Zélie. The New Zealand convoy to Australia. The Australian and New Zealand convoy from Australia to Europe. The convoy of the British Far Eastern garrisons to Europe. The convoy of Indian troops to relieve our Far Eastern garrisons. The expedition to Samoa. The expedition to New Guinea. All these were in addition to the general trade, which continued uninterruptedly. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. On the Oceans. Admiral von Spee, the German commander in the Pacific, had therefore no lack of objectives. He had only to hide and to strike. The vastness of the Pacific and its multitude of islands offered him their shelter, and once he had vanished, who should say where he would reappear? On the other hand, there were considerable checks on his action and a limit, certain, though indefinite, to the life of his squadron. With the blockade of Tsingtao, he was cut off from his only base on that side of the world. He had no means of docking his ships or executing any serious repairs, whether necessitated by battle or steaming. The wear and tear on modern ships is considerable, and difficulties multiply with every month out of dock. To steam at full speed or at high speed for any length of time on any quest was to use up his life rapidly. He was a cut flower in a vase, fair to see, yet bound to die, and to die very soon if the water was not constantly renewed. Moreover, the process of getting coal was one of extraordinary difficulty and peril. The extensive organization of the Admiralty kept the closest watch in every port on every ton of coal and every likely collier. The purchase of coal and the movement of a collier were telltale traces which might well lay the pursuers on his track. His own safety and his power to embarrass us alike depended upon the uncertainty of his movements. But this uncertainty might be betrayed at any moment by the movement of colliers or by the interception of wireless messages. Yet how could colliers be brought to the necessary rendezvous without wireless messages? There existed in the Pacific only 5 German wireless stations: Yap, Apia, Nauru, Rabaul, Angar, all of which were destroyed by us within 2 months of the outbreak of war. After that, there remained only the wireless on board the German ships, with which it was very dangerous to breathe a word into the ether. Such was the situation of Admiral von Spee. The problem of the Admiralty was also delicate and complex. All our enterprises lay simultaneously under the shadow of a serious potential danger. You could make scare schemes which showed that von Spee might turn up with his whole squadron almost anywhere. On the other hand, we could not possibly be strong enough every day, everywhere, to meet him. We had, therefore, either to balance probabilities and run risks, or reduce our movements and affairs to very narrow limits. Absolute security meant something very like absolute paralysis. Yet fierce would have been the outcry attendant upon either stagnation or disaster. We decided deliberately to carry on our affairs and to take the risk. After all, the oceans were as wide for us as for von Spee. The map of the world in the Admiralty War Room measured 20 feet by 30. Being a seaman's map, its center was filled by the greatest mass of water on the globe. The enormous areas of the Pacific filled upwards of 300 square feet. On this map, the head of an ordinary veil pin represented the full view to be obtained from the masts of a ship on a clear day. There was certainly plenty of room for ships to miss one another. As has been stated, the British China Squadron mobilized and concentrated at Hong Kong, and the Australian Navy at Sydney. Admiral von Spee was at Ponape in the Caroline Islands when Great Britain declared war upon Germany. From Hong Kong and Sydney to Ponape, the distances were each about 2,750 miles. Although Japan had not yet entered the war, the German admiral did not attempt to return to Kiao Chau, as this might have involved immediate battle with the British China Squadron. He proceeded only as far as the Ladrone Islands, German, where the Emden from Kiao Chau, escorting his supply ships, met him on August 12th. He sent the Emden into the Indian Ocean to prey on commerce and turn himself eastwards towards the Marshall Islands. On August 22nd, he detached the Nuremberg to Honolulu to obtain information and send messages, to cut the cable between Canada and New Zealand, and to rejoin him at Christmas Island on September 8th. Here he was in the very center of the Pacific. The Admiralty knew nothing of these movements beyond a report that he was coaling at the Caroline Islands on August 9th. Thereafter, he vanished completely from our view. We could know nothing for certain. The theory of the Admiralty staff, however, endorsed by Sir Henry Jackson, who was making a special and profound study of this theater, was that he would go to the Marshall Islands and thereafter would most probably work across to the west coast of South America, or double the Horn on his way back to Europe. This theory, and the intricate reasoning by which it was supported, proved to be correct. In the main, though we could by no means trust ourselves to it and always expected unpleasant surprises, it was our dominant hypothesis. It is on this basis that the operations in the Pacific should be studied. As early as August 2nd, the New Zealand government, ever in the van of the Empire, had convinced themselves that war was inevitable and had already made proposals for raising forces and striking at the enemy. The Operations Division of the War Staff proposed in consequence the capture of Samoa and the destruction of the wireless station there, and this was recommended to me by the First Sea Lord and the Chief of the Staff as a feasible operation. By August 8, New Zealand telegraphed that if a naval escort could be furnished, the expedition to attack Samoa could start on August 11th. The staff concurred in this, holding that the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst were adequately covered by the Australian squadron. I assented the same day. It was arranged that the expedition should meet the battle cruiser Australia and the French cruiser Montcalm at or on the way to Noumea. Another expedition from Australia to attack German New Guinea had also been organized by the government of the Commonwealth. The uncertainty about the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau invested all movements in those waters with a certain hazardous delicacy. It was thought, however, that the light cruisers Melbourne and Sydney could convoy the Commonwealth New Guinea expedition northward, keeping inside the Barrier Reef, and that before they came out into open waters, the New Guinea convoy could be joined by Australia and Montcalm, who would by then have completed the escort of the New Zealand expedition to Samoa. We thought it above all things important that these expeditions, once they had landed and taken possession of the German colonies, should be self-sufficing, and that no weak warships should be left in the harbors to support them. Any such vessels, apart from the difficulty of sparing them, would be an easy prey for the two large German cruisers. Samoa was occupied on the 30th of August. The wireless station at Nauru was destroyed on the 10th September. The Australian contingent was picked up by the battle cruiser Australia on September 9 and arrived at Rabaul safely 2 days later. We had now to provide for the Australian convoy to Europe, which was due to leave Sydney on September 27 for Port Adelaide, where they would be joined by the New Zealand contingent and its own escort, as well as by the Australian fleet, Australia, Sydney, and Melbourne, as soon as they were free from the New Guinea expedition. Our original proposal for the escort of the Australian Army was, therefore, Australia, Sydney, and Melbourne, with the small cruisers from New Zealand. To cover the Commonwealth during the absence of all her fleet, it was arranged that the Minotaur, together with the Japanese Ibuki and Chikuma, should come south to New Britain Islands. In the middle of September, the New Zealand contingent was due to sail for Adelaide. The Australia and her consorts were still delayed in New Guinea, where some delay was caused by the German resistance. Great anxiety was felt in New Zealand at the prospect of throwing their contingent across to Australia with no better escort than the two P-class cruisers. They pointed out the dangers from the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which on September 14th had been reported off Samoa. The Admiralty view was that it was most improbable that the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau could know of the contemplated New Zealand expedition, still less of the date of its sailing, that in order to deliver an attack in New Zealand waters they would have to steam far from their coaling bases north of the equator, and would indeed have to be accompanied by their colliers, greatly reducing their speed and hampering their movements. In these circumstances, the Admiralty foresaw but little danger to the New Zealand convoy in the first part of their voyage, were unable to provide further protection for this stage, and expressed the opinion that the risk should be accepted. To this decision, the New Zealand government bowed on September 21, and it was settled that the New Zealand convoy should sail on the 25th. Meanwhile, however, renewed exploits by the Emden in the Bay of Bengal created a natural feeling of alarm in the mind of the New Zealand and Australian public. And without prejudice to our original view, we decided to make arrangements to remove these apprehensions. On the 24th, news arrived that the New Guinea expedition had successfully overcome all opposition, and we then determined on the following change of plans, with respect to Minotaur and Ibuki to go to Wellington and escort the New Zealanders to Adelaide, while Australia and Montcalm, after convoying the auxiliaries and weak warships back from New Guinea to within the shelter of the Barrier Reef, should hunt for the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in the Marshall Islands, whither it seemed probable they were proceeding. This decision altered the composition of the escort of the Australian convoy, and their protection across the Pacific and Indian Oceans was to an important extent confided to a vessel which flew the war flag of Japan. This historic fact should be an additional bond of goodwill among the friendly and allied nations who dwell in the Pacific. Meanwhile, the depredations of the Emden in the Bay of Bengal continued. On the 22nd, she appeared off Madras, bombarded the Burma Company's oil tanks, and threw a few shells into the town before she was driven off by the batteries. This episode, following on the disturbance of the Calcutta-Colombo trade route and the numerous and almost daily sinkings of merchant ships in the Bay of Bengal, created widespread alarm, and on October 1st, I sent the following minute to the First Sea Lord, proposing, inter alia, a concentration on a large scale in Indian waters against the Emden. This concentration would comprise Hampshire, Yarmouth, Sydney, Melbourne, Chikuma, Japan, Zemchug and Askold, Russian, Psyche, Pyramus, and Philomel, a total of 10, and was capable of being fully effective in about a month. October 1st, 1914. Secretary, Chief of Staff, First Sea Lord. 3 transports, empty but fitted for carrying cavalry, are delayed in Calcutta through fear of Emden. This involves delaying transport of artillery and part of a cavalry division from Bombay. The Cabinet took a serious view and pressed for special convoy. Have you any ship? I should be very sorry to interrupt the offensive operations against Emden for the sake of convoying 3 empty transports. I was inclined to recommend that the 3 should put to sea at night with lights out and steer wide of the track. It is 100 to 1 that they would get around safely, and 1,000 to 1 that 2 out of the 3 would get round safely. Let me have your proposals at once. It is clear that the transports have got to go. Now that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau have been located in the Society Islands, there is no need for Melbourne and Sydney to remain in Australasian waters. Sydney should immediately be ordered to join Hampshire, Yarmouth, and Chikuma in the Emden hunt, and Melbourne should come there with the Australasian convoy. As soon as Zemchug and Askold have finished with their convoy, they should return and join Hampshire. This will give 7 ships searching for Emden and avoid the necessity of moving one of the 3 light cruisers now hunting Königsberg. Numbers are everything, and the extirpation of these pests is a most important object. What is the use of Psyche, Pyramus, and Philomel in New Zealand waters after the convoy has started? There is nothing but the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to be considered, and they are sufficiently dealt with by 1. Australia, Montcalm. 2. 1st Japanese Squadron. 3. 2nd Japanese Squadron. On the other hand, these 3 vessels, together with Pioneer, would be good for searching for Emden in company with the faster and more powerful ships. I propose, therefore, that they should accompany the Australian and New Zealand convoys home to Indian waters and should then join up with the 7 cruisers, which will then be under Hampshire in hunting Emden, making a total of 10 vessels available a month from now. The necessary arrangements to enable them, in spite of their limited fuel capacity, to get to Colombo can easily be made. In the event of Emden being captured before this concentration is complete, all these vessels should be sent to assist in the hunt for Königsberg, or conversely, if Königsberg is caught, the 3 light cruisers should turn over to the Emden. It is no use stirring about the oceans with 2 or 3 ships. When we have got cruiser sweeps of 8 or 10 vessels, 10 or 15 miles apart, there will be some good prospect of utilizing information as to the whereabouts of the Emden in such a way as to bring her to action. Such large and decisive measures are much the cheapest and most satisfactory in the end. WSC. And again on October 15. Sydney should escort Australasians and thereafter hunt Emden. This shot, as will presently be seen, went home. The press and the public were not in a position to understand all that the Admiralty were doing, nor to appreciate the general results achieved. All they saw at this time was that a few German cruisers were apparently doing whatever they chose upon the oceans and sinking British merchantmen day after day. A great deal of discontent began to make itself heard and felt. I therefore prepared a note for publication in the hopes of placating our critics. October 24, 1914. The Secretary of the Admiralty makes the following statement in regard to the capture and destruction of British merchant ships by German warships. 8 or 9 German cruisers are believed to be at large in the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Oceans. Searching for these vessels and working in concert under the various commanders-in-chief are upwards of 70 British, including Australian, Japanese, French, and Russian cruisers, not including auxiliary cruisers. Among these are a number of the fastest British cruisers. The vast expanses of sea and ocean, and the many thousand islands of the archipelagos, offer an almost infinite choice of movement to the enemy's ships. In spite of every effort to cut off their coal supply, it has hitherto been maintained by one means or another in the face of increasing difficulties. The discovery and destruction of these few enemy cruisers is therefore largely a matter of time, patience, and good luck. The public should have confidence that the commanders-in-chief and the experienced captains serving under them are doing all that is possible and taking the best steps to bring the enemy to action. They have so far been also occupied in very serious and important convoy duty. But this work has somewhat lessened, and the number of searching cruisers is continually augmented. Meanwhile, merchant ships must observe Admiralty instructions, which it is obviously impossible to specify, and use all the precautions which have been suggested. On routes where these instructions have been followed, they have so far proved very effective. On the other hand, where they have been disregarded, captures have been made. The same vastness of sea which has so far enabled the German cruisers to avoid capture will protect the trade. The only alternative to the methods now adopted, would be the marshalling of merchantmen in regular convoys at stated intervals. So far, it has not been thought necessary to hamper trade by enforcing such a system. The percentage of loss is much less than was reckoned on before the war. Out of 4,000 British ships engaged in foreign trade, only 39 have been sunk by the enemy, or just under 1% in all. The rate of insurance for cargoes, which on the outbreak of war was fixed at 5 guineas per cent, has now been reduced to 2 guineas per cent, without injury to the solvency of the fund. For hulls, as apart from cargoes, the insurance has also been considerably reduced. Between 8,000 and 9,000 foreign voyages have been undertaken to and from United Kingdom ports, less than 5 per thousand of which have been interfered with, and of these losses a large number have been caused by merchant vessels taking everything for granted and proceeding without precautions as if there were no war. On the other hand, the German oversea trade has practically ceased to exist. Nearly all their fast ships, which could have been used as auxiliary cruisers, were promptly penned into neutral harbors or have taken refuge in their own. Among the comparatively few German ships which have put to sea, 133 have been captured, or nearly 4 times the number of those lost by the very large British mercantile marine. In these circumstances, there is no occasion for anxiety and no excuse for complaint. On the contrary, the more fully the facts concerning our oversea trade and its protection by the Royal Navy can be disclosed, and the more attentively they are studied, the greater will be the confidence and satisfaction with which the situation can be viewed. The various changes of plan necessary to meet the natural anxieties of the New Zealand government entailed a delay of 3 weeks in the sailing of the Australian convoy. This, Lord Kitchener declared, made no difference, as they could continue their indispensable training equally well in Australia. By October 25th, when the convoy was about to sail, the rebellion in South Africa introduced another disturbing element. It was decided by the Cabinet on that date to make arrangements for the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps to come via the Cape instead of via the Suez Canal, so as to be available in South Africa if need be. Alternative arrangements of a complicated nature were therefore prepared. On the 30th, however, in view of later advices from South Africa, it was arranged for the whole convoy to proceed together to Colombo, and for the decision about the last part of the route to be delayed until then. The convoy started on November 1 under the escort of the Minotaur, Ibuki, Melbourne, and Sydney. Before they reached Colombo, the Sydney found her quarry, and the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps was more needed in Egypt than at the Cape. But this will appear in its proper place. It remained to carry the Canadian Army across the Atlantic. Upwards of 25,000 volunteers of a very high individual quality, partially trained in Valcartier camp, were embarked in the St. Lawrence in a convoy of 31 ships, to which were added 2 ships carrying the Newfoundland contingent and a British battalion from Bermuda. Rear Admiral Wemyss, with a squadron of light cruisers, was entrusted with the actual duties of escort, but the essential protection of the convoy was secured by far more distant and powerful agencies. All the cruiser squadrons of the Grand Fleet were spread in 2 lines between the coasts of Norway and Scotland to guard against a sortie by the German fast vessels, and the Grand Fleet itself remained at sea in their support to the northward. The North American squadron under Rear Admiral Hornby covered the German merchant cruisers which were lurking in New York Harbor. 2 old battleships, the Glory and the Majestic, were ordered to meet the convoy at a rendezvous well off the beaten track, and Admiral Hornby himself, in the Lancaster, accompanied them the first portion of the route. Lastly, the Princess Royal was detached from the Grand Fleet to meet the convoy in mid-Atlantic and thus guard against any German battlecruiser which might conceivably have slipped through the wide areas patrolled by Sir John Jellicoe. The movements of the Princess Royal were kept secret from everybody, and even the Canadian government, in spite of their natural anxiety, were denied this reassurance. The convoy sailed on October 3rd, and 10 days later safely approached the mouth of the English Channel. The intention had been to disembark the Canadian troops at Portsmouth, where all arrangements had been made for them. But on the very day they were due to arrive, a German submarine was reported off Cherbourg, and another was sighted off the Isle of Wight by the Portsmouth Defense Flotilla. On this we insisted, whatever the military inconvenience, on turning the whole convoy into Plymouth. During October 14, this armada, bearing the first flower of the martial spirit of Canada, was safely berthed in Plymouth Sound. With this event, all the initial movements in the Imperial concentration had been completed. They had comprised the transportation of the equivalent of 5 divisions from India to Europe and their replacement by 3 divisions of territorials from England. The collection of the 7th and 8th Divisions from all the garrisons and fortresses of the British Empire, with consequential replacements from home and from India. The transportation of approximately 2 divisions from Canada to England. And lastly, though this was not finished till December, that of approximately 2 divisions from Australia and New Zealand to Egypt. The effect of this concentration was to add a reinforcement of 5 British regular divisions, 7th, 8th, 27th, 28th, and 29th, and 2 Anglo-Indian divisions to the regular forces immediately available to support the 6 regular divisions with which we had begun the war, raising our army in France by the end of November to approximately 13 divisions of highly trained, long-service troops. In addition, the 4 Canadian and Australian divisions were completing their training in England and Egypt, and were held to be in a more advanced state of preparation than the 10 divisions of territorials which remained in England, or the 24 divisions of the new armies which Lord Kitchener was raising. The whole business of transportation by sea, while all the enemy's cruisers were still at large, had been conducted without accident of any kind, or without the loss of a single ship or a single life. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 14, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. In the Narrow Seas. This battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. What time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day or night. Now sways it this way, like a mighty sea, forced by the tide to combat with the wind. Now sways it that way, like the self-same sea, forced to retire by fury of the wind. Sometime the flood prevails, and then the wind. Now one the better, then another best, both tugging to be victors, breast to breast. Yet neither conquers nor conquered. So is the equal poise of the fell war. Henry VI, Part 3. Action of August 28 in Heligoland Bight. Fate of the German light cruisers. Paralysis of German naval enterprise. The Ostend demonstration. The Royal Naval Air Service. The air situation at the outbreak of war. The Admiralty take charge at home. The Zeppelin menace and the Hornets. Offense, the true defense. Beginning of the Dunkirk guerrilla. Samson's aeroplanes. The armored cars. First dawn of the tank idea. General Joffre's request. The Omnibus Brigade. An embarrassing responsibility. The sinking of the Aboukir, Hogue, and Cressy. I now have to chronicle a brilliant episode which came at a most timely moment and throughout which we enjoyed the best of good luck. My insistent desire to develop a minor offensive against the Germans in the Heligoland Bight led to conferences with Commodore Tyrwhitt, who commanded the light cruisers and destroyers of the Harwich striking force, and Commodore Keyes, the head of the submarine service, also stationed at Harwich. On August 23rd, Commodore Keyes called personally upon me at the Admiralty with a proposal for a well-organized drive commencing before dawn from inshore close to the enemy's coast. On the 24th, I presided at a meeting in my room between him and Commodore Tyrwhitt and the First Sea Lord and the Chief of the Staff. The plan which the two Commodores then outlined was at once simple and daring. Since the first hours of the war, our submarines had prowled about in the Heligoland Bight. They had now accumulated during a period of 3 weeks accurate information about the dispositions of the enemy. They knew that he was in the habit of keeping a flotilla of destroyers attended by a couple of small cruisers, cruising and patrolling each night to the north of Heligoland, and that these were accustomed to be relieved shortly after daylight by a second flotilla which worked on a much less extended beat. They proposed to take 2 flotillas of our best destroyers and 2 light cruisers from Harwich by night and reach just before dawn a point inside the northern coast of the Heligoland Bight, not far from the island of Sylt. From this point they would make a left-handed scoop inshore, falling upon and chasing back the outcoming flotilla if they met it, and then would all turn together in a long line abreast westward towards home to meet and, if possible, destroy the incoming German flotilla. 6 British submarines in 2 divisions would take part in the operation so as to attack the German heavy ships should they come out, and 2 battle cruisers, the Invincible and New Zealand, then stationed at the Humber, would act as support. Such was in short the plan proposed by these officers and approved by the First Sea Lord. Action was fixed for the 28th. As soon as Sir John Jellicoe was informed of these intentions, he offered to send in further support 3 battle cruisers and 6 light cruisers. He did more. He sent Sir David Beatty. The result was a success which far exceeded the hopes of the Admiralty, and produced results of a far-reaching character upon the whole of the naval war. At dawn on the 28th, Admiral Tyrwhitt's flotillas, led by the Arethusa and Fearless, reached their point of attack and, in the words of Admiral Scheer, broke into the Heligoland Bight. The enemy was taken by surprise. The weather near the land was increasingly misty. The Heligoland batteries came into action, but without effect. The German battleships and battle cruisers could not cross the bar of the outer Jade owing to the tide till 1 p.m., Only the German light cruisers on patrol or close at hand in the Elbe or the Ems could come to the aid of their flotillas. A confused, dispersed, and prolonged series of combats ensued between the flotillas and light cruisers, and continued until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. During all this time, the British light forces were rampaging about the enemy's most intimate and jealously guarded waters. Very little, however, turned out as had been planned. Owing to a mischance, arising primarily from a fault in Admiralty staff work, the message apprising Commodores Keyes and Tyrwhitt of the presence of Admiral Beatty with his additional battle cruisers and light cruisers did not reach them in time, nor was Admiral Beatty aware of the areas in which the British submarines were working. Several awkward embarrassments followed from this and might easily have led to disastrous mistakes. However, fortune was steady, and the initial surprise, together with the resolute offensive, carried us safely through. The German light cruisers, precipitately proceeding to the assistance of their flotillas and animated by the hopes of cutting off our own, ran into the British battle cruisers. Admiral Beatty, in spite not only of the risk of mines and submarines, but also, for all he could know, of meeting superior forces, had with extraordinary audacity led his squadron far into the Bight. 2 enemy cruisers, the Ariadne and the Koln, were smashed to pieces by the enormous shells of the Lion and the Princess Royal. A third, the Mainz, was sunk by the light cruisers and destroyers. 3 others, the Frauenlob, Strasbourg, and the Stettin, limped home with many casualties. 1 German destroyer was sunk. The rest, in the confusion and light mist, escaped, though several were injured. The good news trickled into the Admiralty during the day, but for some time we were very anxious about the Arethusa. A feed pipe had been smashed by a shell, and her steaming power was reduced to 7 or 8 knots. However, she returned unmolested to the Thames. Not a single British ship was sunk or, indeed, seriously injured, and our casualties did not exceed 35 killed and about 40 wounded, in spite of the fact that, in the words of the German Lieutenant Tollens, the English ships made the greatest efforts to pick up the survivors. 224 Germans, many desperately wounded, were rescued in circumstances of much danger by Commodore Keyes on the destroyer Lurcher, and brought to England. Considerably more than 1,000 Germans, including the flotilla admiral and the destroyer commodore, perished. A son of Admiral von Tirpitz was among the prisoners. Much more important, however, than these material gains was the effect produced upon the morale of the enemy. The Germans knew nothing of our defective staff work and of the risks we had run. All they saw was that the British did not hesitate to hazard their greatest vessels, as well as their light craft, in the most daring offensive action, and had escaped apparently unscathed. They felt as we should have felt had German destroyers broken into the Solent and their battle cruisers penetrated as far as the Nab. The results of this action were far-reaching. Henceforward, the weight of British naval prestige lay heavy across all German sea enterprise. Upon the Emperor, the impression produced was decisive, thus sheer. The restrictions imposed on the battle fleet were adhered to. And still more explicit, von Tirpitz. August 28th, a day fateful, both in its after-effects and incidental results, for the work of our Navy. The Emperor did not want losses of this sort. Orders were issued by the Emperor, after an audience to Pole, to which I, as usual, was not summoned, to restrict the initiative of the Commander-in-Chief of the North Sea Fleet. The loss of ships was to be avoided. Fleet sallies and any greater undertakings must be approved by His Majesty in advance, etc. On von Tirpitz protesting against this muzzling policy, there sprang up from that day forth an estrangement between the Emperor and myself, which steadily increased. The German Navy was indeed muzzled. Except for furtive movements by individual submarines and mine layers, not a dog stirred from August till November. Meanwhile, our strength, both offensive afloat and defensive in our harbors, was steadily and rapidly increasing. The news of this naval action reached the French and British armies in the dark hour before the dawn of victory, and was everywhere published to the retreating troops. As the German armies pressed forward towards Paris, they turned the back of their right shoulder increasingly towards the sea. The Belgian army, making a sortie from Antwerp, struck towards the German lines of communication and endeavored to hamper and delay the great advance. In order to help the Belgians and to take some pressure off our own hard-pressed army, the Admiralty, in consultation with Lord Kitchener, attempted to make a diversion. A brigade of Marines was disembarked, covered by warships, August 26th, at Ostend in the hopes that it would attract the attention of the enemy and give him the impression that larger forces would follow from the sea. Telegram to Belgian government. 25th of the 8th, 1914. In order to delay southward German advance and to create a diversion favorable to the forward movement of the Belgian army, Admiralty wished to send a brigade of Marines, 3,000 strong, to Ostend at daylight, 26th, covered by battleships and cruisers accompanied by an aeroplane squadron. This brigade will push out reconnaissances to Bruges, Thoreau, and Dixmude, and will remain at Ostend to cover the disembarkation of a larger force should circumstances render that desirable. Do you agree? If so, please send the necessary instructions to your local authorities. Publicity is useful in this case. The impression to be produced is that a considerable British army is landing. Orders to General Aston, 25th of the 8th, 1914. 1. At daylight tomorrow, if circumstances allow, you will disembark such portions of your brigade as have arrived at Ostend and occupy the town. You will push out reconnaissances of cyclists to Bruges, Thoreau, and Dixmude. You will establish yourself at Ostend, forming an entrenched picket line around the town in such a way as to enable you to cover the debarkation of a division of the army. A squadron of aeroplanes will reach you before noon, having previously made an aerial reconnaissance of the country within 30 miles of Ostend. The aeroplanes will be placed under your orders. 2. The object of this movement is to create a diversion favorable to the Belgians, who are advancing from Antwerp, and to threaten the western flank of the German southward advance. It should therefore be ostentatious. You should not advance inland from Ostend without further orders, but some enterprise may be permitted to the patrols. Information about the enemy will be supplied you personally at the Admiralty. The object in view would be fully attained if a considerable force of the enemy were attracted to the coast. You will be re-embarked as soon as this is accomplished. To give further publicity, I announced in the House of Commons that a British force had begun landing at Ostend. The Marines remained on shore for the best part of a week and were then withdrawn. The old battleships and cruisers which covered them were no doubt in more danger from submarines than we thought at the time, but no mishap occurred, nor was there any loss ashore or afloat. There was no means at the time of knowing whether this petty operation exercised any appreciable influence on German movements. We now know that it was certainly a factor. The head of the operations branch of the German General Staff, in his narrative, shows that the news of this landing reached main headquarters on August 30. He says, "One day, countless British troops were said to have landed at Ostend and to be marching on Antwerp. On another, that there were about to be great sorties from Antwerp. Even landings of Russian troops, 80,000 men, at Ostend were mentioned. At Ostend, a great entrenched camp for the English was in preparation." General Dupont, the French director of military intelligence, goes much further and ranks the Belgian sortie as a culminating element in the German decision to make a general retreat, taken on September 10. An unbroken chain of events drew the Admiralty again to the Belgian coast, and to explain this, a digression is necessary. Before the war, the British Air Force was divided into the Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Naval Air Service, the former of which were to be concerned with aeroplanes, and the latter with hydro-aeroplanes, or seaplanes, as I christened them for short. The War Office claimed on behalf of the Royal Flying Corps complete and sole responsibility for the aerial defense of Great Britain. But owing to the difficulties of getting money, they were unable to make any provision for this responsibility, every aeroplane they had being earmarked for the Expeditionary Force. Seeing this, and finding myself able to procure funds by various shifts and devices, I began in 1912 and 1913 to form under the Royal Naval Air Service flights of aeroplanes as well as of seaplanes for the aerial protection of our naval harbors, oil tanks, and vulnerable points, and also for a general strengthening of our exiguous and inadequate aviation. In consequence, I had in my own hand on the eve of the war 50 efficient naval machines, or about one-third of the number in possession of the Army. The War Office viewed this development with disfavor and claimed that they alone should be charged with the responsibility for home defense. When asked how they proposed to discharge this duty, they admitted sorrowfully that they had not got the machines and could not get the money. They adhered, however, to the principle. When the war began, the situation foreseen arose. The whole of the military aeroplanes went to France at once with the Expeditionary Force, and not a single squadron or even an effective machine remained to guard British vulnerable points from German aerial attack. The Admiralty was, however, found provided with a respectable force of its own, which immediately took over the protection of our dockyards and patrolled our shores in connection with the coast watch. As the Germans overran Belgium and all the Channel ports were exposed, the danger of air attacks upon Great Britain became most serious and real. Zeppelins had already cruised over Antwerp, and it was known that London was in range of the Zeppelin sheds at Dusseldorf and Cologne. To meet this danger, there was nothing except the naval aeroplanes the Admiralty had been able to scrape and smuggle together. On September 3rd, Lord Kitchener asked me in Cabinet whether I would accept, on behalf of the Admiralty, the responsibility for the aerial defense of Great Britain, as the War Office had no means of discharging it. I thereupon undertook to do what was possible with the wholly inadequate resources which were available. There were neither anti-aircraft guns nor searchlights, and though a few improvisations had been made, nearly a year must elapse before the efficient supplies necessary could be forthcoming. Meanwhile, at any moment, half a dozen Zeppelins might arrive to bomb London or, what was more serious, Chatham, Woolwich, or Portsmouth. I rated the Zeppelin much lower as a weapon of war than almost anyone else. I believed that this enormous bladder of combustible and explosive gas would prove to be easily destructible. I was sure the fighting aeroplane, rising lightly laden from its own base, armed with incendiary bullets, would harry, rout, and burn these gaseous monsters. I had proclaimed this opinion to the House of Commons in 1913, using the often-quoted simile of the hornets. I therefore did everything in my power in the years before the war to restrict expenditure upon airships and to concentrate our narrow and stinted resources upon aeroplanes. I confined the naval construction of airships to purely experimental limits, and in April 1915, when the slow progress and inferior quality of our only rigid experimental airship were manifest, I gave orders that it should be scrapped, the plant broken up, and the labor and material devoted to increasing the output of aeroplanes. Had I had my way, no airships would have been built by Great Britain during the war, except the little blimps for teasing submarines. After I left the Admiralty, this policy was reversed, and 40 millions of money were squandered by successive boards in building British Zeppelins, not one of which on any occasion ever rendered any effective fighting service. Meanwhile, the alternative policy of equipping the fleet with aerial observation by flying aeroplanes off warships or off properly constructed carriers lagged pitifully, with the result that at the Battle of Jutland we had no British airships and only one aeroplane in the air. The Hornet theory, at one time so fiercely derided, was, of course, ultimately vindicated by the war. Zeppelins were clawed down in flames from the sky both over land and sea by aeroplanes until they did not dare to come any more. The aeroplane was the means by which the Zeppelin menace was destroyed, and it was virtually the only means, apart from weather and their own weakness, by which Zeppelins were ever destroyed. However, although my thought was perfectly sound in principle, and the policy following from it was unquestionably right, we were not in a position at the beginning of the war to produce effective results. Aeroplane engines were not powerful enough to reach the great heights needed for the attack of Zeppelins in the short time available. Night flying had only just been born. The location of aircraft by sound was unknown. The network of telephones and observation points was non-existent. And here was the danger, certainly real and not easy to measure, literally on top of us. It was easy to order the necessary guns, searchlights, etc., and set on foot the organization which should produce and employ them. But it was no use sitting down and waiting for a year while these preparations were completing. Only offensive action could help us. I decided immediately to strike, by bombing from airplanes, at the Zeppelin sheds wherever these gigantic structures could be found in Germany, and secondly, to prevent the erection of any new Zeppelin sheds in the conquered parts of Belgium or France. Here again, the policy was right. Our resources were, however, feeble and slender. Compared to the terrific developments at the end of the war, they were pitiful. Still, they were all we had, and all that our knowledge of aviation at that time could bestow. Deficiencies in material had to be made good by daring. All honor to the naval airmen, the pioneers of the aerial offensive, who planned and executed in these early months the desperate flights over hostile territory in an element then scarcely known, which resulted in the raids on Dusseldorf and Cologne on the Rhine, Friedrichshafen on Lake Constance, and Cuxhaven in the Heligoland Bight. Altogether, in the first 12 months of the war, 6 Zeppelins were destroyed in the air or in their sheds by the offensive action of a handful of British naval airmen, and few were destroyed by any other agency except accident. In order to strike at the Zeppelin sheds in Germany and to prevent the erection of new ones in Belgium, it was necessary to start from as near the enemy's line as possible. Extracts from my own minutes, principally to Captain Suter, the enterprising and energetic director of the Air Division, give as good an account as any other. September 1st, 1914. Director of Air Division, Chief of Staff. The largest possible force of naval aeroplanes should be stationed in Calais or Dunkirk. Reports have been received, and it is also extremely probable that the Germans will attempt to attack London and other places by Zeppelin airships, of which it is said a considerable number exist. The close proximity of the French coast to England renders such an attack thoroughly feasible. The proper defense is a thorough and continual search of the country for 70 to 100 miles inland, with a view to marking down any temporary airship bases or airships replenishing before starting to attack. Should such airships be located, they should be immediately attacked. Commander Sampson, with Major Gerard as second in command, will be entrusted with this duty, and the Director of Air Division will take all steps to supply them with the necessary pilots, aeroplanes, and equipment. September 3rd, 1914. Secretary, Director of Air Division, 3rd Sea Lord. Aerial searchlights must immediately be got ready for use in conjunction with the aerial guns. Propose me without delay the quickest means of meeting this need, with estimates of time and money. At least 30 or 40 aerial searchlights are required. Vernon should cooperate. Drastic and energetic action is required. 2. Let me have a return on one sheet of paper showing all anti-aircraft guns, regular or improvised, available afloat and ashore at the present time, and what deliveries may be expected in the next 2 months. Let me have also any suggestions for increasing their number. No one can doubt that aerial attack upon England must be a feature of the near future. September 5th, 1914. Secretary, 1st Sea Lord, 3rd Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, Director of Naval Ordnance, Director of Air Division. There can be no question of defending London by artillery against aerial attack. It is quite impossible to cover so vast an area, and if London, why not every other city? Defense against aircraft by guns is limited absolutely to points of military value. Far more important than London are the vulnerable points in the Medway and at Dover and Portsmouth. Oil tanks, powerhouses, lock gates, magazines, airship sheds, all require to have their aerial guns increased in number. Portsmouth in particular requires attention now that enemy's territory has come so near. Aerial searchlights must be provided in connection with every group of guns. But, after all, the great defense against aerial menace is to attack the enemy's aircraft as near as possible to their point of departure. Director of Air Division has already received directions on this. The principle is as follows. A strong oversea force of aeroplanes to deny the French and Belgian coasts to the enemy's aircraft and to attack all zeppelins and air bases or temporary air bases which it may be sought to establish and which are in reach. B. We must be in constant telegraphic and telephonic communication with the oversea aeroplane squadrons. We must maintain an intercepting force of aeroplanes and airships at some convenient point within range of a line drawn from Dover to London, and local defense flights at Eastchurch and Calshot. C. A squadron of aeroplanes will be established at Hendon, also in telephonic communication with the other stations, for the purpose of attacking enemy aircraft which may attempt to molest London. Landing grounds must be prepared in all the parks, railings must be removed, and the area marked out by a large white circle by day and by a good system of lighting at night. It is indispensable that airmen of the Hendon flight should be able to fly by night, and their machines must be fitted with the necessary lights and instruments. Agreeably with the above, instructions must be prepared for the guidance of the police, fire brigade, and civil population under aerial bombardment. This will have to be sustained with composure. Arrangements must be concerted with the Home Office and the Office of Works for the extinction of lights upon a well-conceived plan, for the clearance and illumination in the parks, in order that the defending aeroplanes can have freedom of action, etc. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. In the Narrow Seas. The whole of the points dealt with in this minute are to be elaborated and put into precise detail this afternoon by a committee composed as follows. Third Sea Lord, in the chair, Director of Air Division, Director of Naval Ordnance, and a representative of the War Office from either the Master General of the Ordnance or Home Defense Department. I expect to receive no later than tomorrow a definite program for action within the lines of this minute. The whole matter is of the highest urgency. September 5th, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Director of Air Division. In order to discharge adequately the responsibilities which we have assumed for the aerial defense of England, it is necessary that we should maintain an aerial control over the area approximately 100 miles radius from Dunkirk. To do this, we must support the aeroplanes which are stationed on the French coast with sufficient armed motor cars and personnel to enable advanced subsidiary aeroplane bases to be established 30, 40, and 50 miles inland. According to all accounts received, the Germans, insofar as they have penetrated this region, have done it simply by bluff. Small parties of Uhlans, taking advantage of the terror inspired by their atrocities in Belgium, have made their way freely about the country and have imposed themselves upon the population. We require, in the first instance, 200 or 300 men with 50 or 60 motor cars who can support and defend our advanced aerial bases. I should propose to draw these by suitable volunteers from the Marine Brigade. They should be placed under the orders of Commander Sampson and should operate from Dunkirk. It will be necessary first to obtain permission from the French authorities. This, after consultation with Lord Kitchener, I am taking steps to do. we ought to be able to make it quite impossible for parties of 15 or 20 Uhlans to make their way with safety through this area. During the next week, the Germans will presume on their immunity and will be found in occupation of numbers of places where they cannot possibly maintain any effective force. The advantage of an aeroplane reconnaissance is that the approach of any serious body of troops can be discovered while it is still at least 2 days' march away. There ought, therefore, to be no difficulty in chopping these small parties of the enemy without our force getting into any trouble. Propose me plans for immediate action on these lines in detail. October 2nd, 1914. Secretary, Director of Naval Ordnance, Director of Air Division. The experiments with regard to projectiles for use against aircraft must be worked out on the most generous scale, 8 or 10 different lines being pursued simultaneously, the necessary funds being provided. It is perfectly useless in time of war to go through successively the whole series of experiments appropriate to peacetime administration. Let me have a report on the projectiles available. We must have means of attacking Zeppelins, not only with shells from guns, but with incendiary bullets or grenades from aeroplanes. The needs and activities of the naval aeroplanes in the neighborhood of Dunkirk led directly to the development of the armored car, and the armored car led directly to the birth of the tank, which was in essence only an armored car capable of crossing trenches. Almost immediately after the German inroad into Belgium, I received accounts of the remarkable work done by a Belgian motor car, hastily equipped with armor and a machine gun, in shooting down and driving back the numerous Uhlans with which the enemy were seeking to overrun the country. Commander Sampson was prompt to realize and seize the advantage of armored cars for the purpose of protecting his aeroplane operations, and also on their own account. In view of the reports received from him and other sources, I gave, during the latter part of August and September, successive orders for the formation of armored car squadrons under the Admiralty. And as all this arose out of the aeroplane squadron stationed at Dunkirk, the formation of the armored car squadrons was entrusted to Commodore Suter. In this task, this officer displayed great energy, and in a very short time no less than 7 or 8 squadrons were called into being, based on the purchase of all the Rolls-Royce cars that were available, and rapidly improvised armor protection. The first few cars had scarcely begun to show their advantages in Commander Sampson's guerrilla from Dunkirk, when the difficulty which ultimately led to the creation of the tank manifested itself. The German cavalry sought to protect themselves against the attack of the armored cars by digging trenches across the road. To meet this, I gave the following directions. September 23, 1914. Colonel Ollivant, Director of Air Division, Royal Naval Division Administration. It is most important that the motor transport and armed motor cars should be provided to a certain extent with cars carrying the means of bridging small cuts in the road, and an arrangement of planks capable of bridging a 10 or 12 feet span quickly and easily should be carried with every 10 or 12 machines. A proportion of tools should also be supplied. Let me have proposals at once. Other conditions, however, swept down upon us very quickly, and by the middle of October, after the events to be narrated in the next chapters, the trench lines on both sides reached the sea and became continuous over the whole front. Thus, at the moment when the new armored car force was coming into effective existence at much expense and on a considerable scale, It was confronted with an obstacle and a military situation which rendered its employment practically impossible. The conclusion was forced naturally and obviously upon me, and no doubt upon others, that if the armored car on which so much money and labor had been spent could not move round the enemy's trenches and operate against an open flank of his army, some method should be devised which would enable it to traverse and pass over the trenches themselves. This subject will, however, be dealt with in its proper place. The air was the first cause that took us to Dunkirk. The armored car was the child of the air, and the tank its grandchild. But besides all this, the undefended condition of the Channel ports against any serious effort by the enemy inspired the Admiralty with lively alarm. The danger of the Germans taking Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne stared us in the face for many anxious weeks. On September 3rd, I minuted to the First Sea Lord. With the Germans along the French coast, modified dispositions will become necessary. The danger from aerial attack must not be underrated. The possibility of the Germans taking very heavy guns to Calais after taking the town, and getting submarines down from the Elbe to operate from Calais as a base, should also be considered. We could, of course, stop any surface craft, but submarines might slip through secretly and be a great nuisance when once established. On the 10th September, I went to Dunkirk myself and was to some extent reassured. I made the following note at the time for the information of those concerned. September 11th, 1914. The First Lord visited Dunkirk and Calais on the 10th instant, and conferred with the governors of both places. Dunkirk is being defended on a considerable scale and has already developed substantial strength. Lines of defense are constructed on a radius of 4 to 6 miles approximately from the enceinte of the town, which are armed by over 400 pieces of artillery and held by 18,000 men. These works, which are strongly executed, can be further protected by large inundations both of fresh and salt water. The freshwater inundations are now accumulating. The salt can be turned on at any time in 2 days. The place should certainly require a siege in form to reduce it, and it is getting stronger every week. The First Lord promised the assistance of warships, if required, to cover the flanks. The anchorage at Dunkirk gives sufficient water for the Majestic class and is certainly close to the shore. The high sandhills would require the fire to be indirect, but otherwise there would be no difficulty. There is nothing to cause disquietude in the measures taken for the defense of Dunkirk. It seems probable that they are sufficient to make it not worth while for the enemy to undertake the reduction of the fortress. Calais is simply an enceinte rather larger in extent than that of Dunkirk, and protected by a few well-executed outlying field works. All that can be said about Calais is that it could not be taken by a coup de main. It is garrisoned by 7,000 troops, but it could certainly not be counted on to hold out for more than a few days against a determined attack. In the 3rd week of September, Marshal Joffre telegraphed to Lord Kitchener, asking whether a brigade of Marines could not be sent to Dunkirk to reinforce the garrison and to confuse the enemy with the idea of British as well as French forces being in this area. Lord Kitchener asked me whether the Admiralty would help in this matter. I agreed to send the brigade if he would also send some yeomanry cavalry for its local protection. He sent a regiment. I was thus led, though by no means unwillingly, into accepting a series of minor responsibilities of a very direct and personal kind, which made inroads upon my time and thought, and might well, though I claim they did not, have obscured my general view. I formed a small administration to handle the business, in which Colonel Ollivant was the moving spirit. On his suggestion, we took 50 motor omnibuses from the London streets so as to make our Marines as mobile as possible, which made inroads both upon my time and thought, and might well, though I claim they did not, have obscured my general view. Many risks were run by those engaged in these petty operations, first under General Aston, and subsequently, when his health had failed, under General Paris. No mishap occurred either to the Marines or to the yeomanry. They played their part in the general scheme without loss or misadventure. It was, however, with sincere relief that a month later, on the arrival of the leading troops of Sir John French's army in the neighborhood, I transferred these detachments to the commander-in-chief and divested myself of anxieties which, though subsidiary, were burdensome. Looking back with after-knowledge and increasing years, I seem to have been too ready to undertake tasks which were hazardous or even forlorn. Taking over responsibility for the air defense of Great Britain, when resources were practically non-existent and formidable air attacks imminent, was from a personal point of view some love but little policy. The same is true of the Dunkirk guerrilla. Still more is it true of the attempt to prolong the defense of Antwerp, which will be related in the next chapter. I could, with perfect propriety, indeed with unanswerable reasons, have in every one of these cases left the burden to others. I believed, however, that the special knowledge which I possessed, and the great and flexible authority which I wielded in this time of improvisation, would enable me to offer less unsatisfactory solutions of these problems than could be furnished in the emergency by others in less commanding positions. I could at that time give directions over a very large and intricate field of urgent and swiftly changing business, which were acted upon immediately by a great variety of authorities who otherwise would have had no common connecting center. So I acted for the best, with confidence in the loyalty of my colleagues, in the goodwill of the public, and above all, in my own judgment, which I seemed to see confirmed from day to day by many remarkable events. This chapter, which began with good luck and success, must end, however, with misfortune. The original war orders had been devised to meet the situation on the outbreak of hostilities. They placed the pieces on the board in what we believed to be the best array, and left their future disposition to be modified by experience. Under these orders, the 7th Cruiser Squadron in the 3rd Fleet, consisting of the old cruisers of the Bacchante class, Bacchante, Euryalus, flagship, Cressy, Aboukir, Hogue, was based on the Nore, in order to ensure the presence of armored ships in the southern approaches of the North Sea and eastern entrance to the Channel, and to support the 1st and 3rd flotillas operating in that area from Harwich. The object of these flotillas was to keep the area south of the 54th parallel clear of enemy torpedo craft and mine layers. The cruiser force was to support them in the execution of these duties, and also, with the flotillas, to keep a close watch over enemy war vessels and transports in order that their movement may be reported at the earliest moment. This very necessary patrol had accordingly been maintained day after day without incident of any kind happening, and we had now been 6 weeks at war. In war, all repetitions are perilous. You can do many things with impunity, if you do not keep on doing them over and over again. It was no part of my duty to deal with the routine movements of the fleet and its squadrons, but only to exercise a general supervision. I kept my eyes and ears open for every indication that would be useful, and I had many and various sources of information. On September 17, during my visit to the Grand Fleet, I heard an expression used by an officer which instantly arrested my attention. He spoke of the live bait squadron. I demanded what was meant, and was told that the expression referred to these old cruisers patrolling the narrow waters in apparently unbroken peace. I thereupon reviewed the whole position in this area. I discussed it with Commodore Tyrwhitt and with Commodore Keyes. The next morning, I addressed the following minute to the First Sea Lord. September 18, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord. The force available for operations in the narrow seas should be capable of minor action without the need of bringing down the Grand Fleet. To this end, it should have effective support either by 2 or 3 battle cruisers or battleships of the Second Fleet working from Sheerness. This is the most efficiently air and destroyer patrolled anchorage we possess. They can lie behind the boom and can always be at sea when we intend a raid. Battle cruisers are much to be preferred. The bacantes ought not to continue on this beat. The risk to such ships is not justified by any services they can render. The narrow seas, being the nearest point to the enemy, should be kept by a small number of good modern ships. The bacantes should go to the western entrance of the channel and set Bethel's battleships, and later Wemyss's cruisers, free for convoy and other duties. The first 4 Arethusa's should join the flotillas of the narrow seas. I see no sufficient reason to exchange these flotillas now that they know their work with the northern ones. As the M boats are delivered, they should be formed into a separate half-flotilla and go north to work with the Grand Fleet. The King Alfred should pay off and be thoroughly repaired. Prince Louis immediately agreed and gave directions to the Chief of the Staff to make the necessary redistribution of forces. With this I was content, and I dismissed the matter from my mind, being sure that the orders given would be complied with at the earliest moment. Before they could take effect, disaster occurred. Pending the introduction of the new system, the Admiralty War Staff carried on with the old. The equinoctial weather was, however, so bad that the destroyer flotillas were ordered back to harbor by the admiral commanding the Bacante squadron. That officer, however, proposed to continue his patrol in the Dogger area with the cruisers alone. The Admiralty War Staff acquiesced in the principle of these arrangements, but on the 19th instructed him to watch instead the Broad 14s. The Dogger Bank patrol need not be continued. Weather too bad for destroyers to go to sea. Arrange for cruisers to watch Broad 14s. This routine message did not, of course, come before me. It was not sent, however, by the War Staff without proper consideration. In the short, steep seas which are the features of gales in these narrow waters, a submarine would be at a serious disadvantage and could only observe with extreme difficulty and imperfection. The rough weather which drove in our destroyers was believed to be an important protection against enemy submarines. Both Admiral and Admiralty, therefore, were in agreement to leave the cruisers at sea without their flotilla. If the weather moderated, it was intended that one of Commodore Tyrwhitt's flotillas should join them there on the morning of the 20th. The sea, however, continued so high on the 20th that the flotilla, led by the Fearless, had to turn back to Harwich. Thus, all through the 19th, 20th, and 21st, the three cruisers, the Aboukir, Cressy, and Hogue, were left to maintain the watch in the narrow waters without a flotilla screen. The admiral in the Euryalus had to return to harbor on the 20th to coal his ship. He left the squadron in command of the senior captain after enjoining special precautions. There was no more reason to expect that they would be attacked at this time than at any other. On the contrary, rumors of German activity to the northward had brought the whole Grand Fleet out in a southerly sweep down to the line between Flamborough Head and the Horn Reef. Nor was there any connection between the orders to these cruisers and the movement of the Marine Brigade from Dover to Dunkirk, which took place on the 20th. The cruisers were simply fulfilling their ordinary task, which from frequent repetition had already become dangerous, and for which they were not in any case well suited. As soon as the weather began to abate on the 21st, Commodore Tyrwhitt started off again for the Broad 14s with 8 destroyers, and was already well on his way when the morning of the 22nd broke. As the sea subsided, the danger from submarines revived. The three cruisers, however, instead of going to meet their destroyers, steamed slowly northward without zigzagging and at under 10 knots, as no doubt they had often done before. Meanwhile, a single German submarine, becoming more venturesome every day, was prowling southward down the Dutch coast. At 6:30 a.m., shortly after daylight, the Aboukir was struck by a torpedo. In 25 minutes, this old vessel capsized. Some of her boats were smashed by the explosion, and hundreds of men were swimming in the water or clinging to wreckage. Both her consorts had hurried with chivalrous simplicity to the aid of the sinking ship. Both came to a dead standstill within a few hundred yards of her and lowered all their boats to rescue the survivors. In this posture, they in their turn were both sunk, first the Hogue and then the Cressy, by the same submarine. Out of over 2,000 men on board these three ships, only 800 were saved, and more than 1,400 perished. The ships themselves were of no great value. They were among the oldest cruisers of the Third Fleet and contributed in no appreciable way to our vital margins. But like all Third Fleet ships, they were almost entirely manned with reservists, most of whom were married men, and they carried also young cadets from Osborne, posted for safety to ships which it was thought would not be engaged in the great battles. This cruel loss of life, although small compared to what the army was enduring, constituted the first serious forfeit exacted from the Navy in the war. It greatly stimulated and encouraged the enterprise of the German submarines. The commander of the fatal boat, Lieutenant Weddigen, was exultingly proclaimed as a national hero. Certainly the destruction with his own fingers of 1,400 persons was an episode of a peculiar character in human history. But as it happened, he did not live long to enjoy his somber fame. A storm of criticism was directed at the Admiralty, and naturally it was focused on me. Here was an instance of the disaster which followed from the interference of a civilian minister in naval operations and the overriding of the judgment of skillful and experienced admirals. The writer of a small but venomous brochure, which was industriously circulated in influential circles in London, did not hesitate to make this charge in the most direct form, and it was repeated in countless innuendos throughout the British press. I did not, however, think it possible to make any explanation or reply. I caused the most searching inquiries to be made in the Admiralty into the responsibility for this tragic event. The necessary court of inquiry was convened. The court found that the responsibility for the position of the cruisers on that day was attributable to the Admiralty War Staff telegram of the 19th, which has been already quoted. The First Sea Lord held that this was a reflection upon the Admiralty by a subordinate court, but it seemed to me that the criticism was just and that it should stand. It was, however, by no means exhaustive. One would expect senior officers in command of cruiser squadrons to judge for themselves the danger of their task, and especially of its constant repetition, and while obeying any orders they received, to represent an unsatisfactory situation plainly to the Admiralty, instead of going on day after day, and week after week, until superior authority intervened or something lamentable happened. One would expect also that ordinary precautions would be observed in the tactical conduct of squadrons. Moreover, although the impulse which prompted the Hogue and Cressy to go to the rescue of their comrades in the sinking Aboukir was one of generous humanity, they could hardly have done anything more unwise or more likely to add to the loss of life. They should at once have steamed away in opposite directions, lowering boats at the first opportunity. I remitted all these matters to Lord Fisher when 2 months later he arrived at the Admiralty, but he laconically replied that most of the officers concerned were on half pay, that they had better remain there, and that no useful purpose would be served by further action. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. Antwerp. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars. It may be in yon smoke concealed. Your comrades chase e'en now the flyers, and but for you, possess the field. For while the tired waves vainly breaking seem here no painful inch to gain, far back, through creeks and inlets making, comes silent flooding in the main. Clough. The Battle of the Marne. The race for the sea. Antwerp, the true flank. Admiralty concern about Antwerp. The neutrality of the Scheldt. Opening of the siege of Antwerp, September 28th. Lord Kitchener's plans. Belgian decision to evacuate Antwerp. Conference at Lord Kitchener's house, midnight, October 2nd. British ministers urge further resistance. My mission to Antwerp. French aid promised. The situation in Antwerp, October 3rd. My proposals to the Belgian and British governments. Progress of the German attack. Strange contrasts. Acceptance of my proposals by British and Belgian governments. Chances of success. Relief approaching. Fighting of October 5th. The Belgian night attack fails. The front broken in October 6th. Arrival of the British Naval Brigades. Arrival of Sir Henry Rawlinson. Decisions of British and Belgian Council of War, night of October 6th. The personal aspect. 5 days gained. It is not possible to understand the British attempt to prolong the defense of Antwerp without seeing the episode in its true setting. The following is a simple way of reviewing the military operations in the West up to the point which this account has now reached. The German armies swept through Belgium, intending to turn and drive back the French left and left center. At the same time, after a diversion in Alsace, the French center struck forward on either side of Metz at the German left and left center. The French hoped that this counterstroke would rupture the German line and paralyze the turning movement through Belgium. However, after the whole fronts had been in collision for several days of intense battle, it appeared that the French counterstroke had not ruptured the German line, and that the turning movement through Belgium had succeeded in driving back the French left. Thus, by the 20th day, the French right was thrown onto the defensive, and their three armies of the left and left center and the British army were in full retreat southward towards Paris. The Germans, therefore, were completely successful in the first main shock. But henceforward, the French right stood like a rock in front of Nancy under General de Castelnau and at the Treuil des Charmes under General Dubé, and the Germans sustained a series of bloody checks. Meanwhile, the French left and center, by retreating for 5 marches, extended the pursuing Germans to the utmost, while falling back themselves on their own reserves and supplies. And by September 6th, the 37th day, the French armies turned and assumed the offensive on the whole front of 120 miles from Paris to Verdun. In addition, a new French army under General Manoury had come into existence to the north of Paris, which attacked the German right, and all the time the resistance of the Nancy army, de Castelnau, and of the army of General Dubé on its right, continued unbreakable. Thus, from September 6th, the whole of the French and German armies and the British Expeditionary Force were locked in general battle on a front of over 180 miles, with practically every division and all their reserves on both sides thrown in. This battle, which lasted for 4 days, was the greatest of the war. The Germans aimed not at the capture of Paris or Verdun or Nancy, but at the final destruction of the French military power. Had they succeeded in breaking the French front between Paris and Verdun, or in falling upon its rear from the direction of Nancy, nearly half the French army, certainly more than 1 million men, would have been cut off in the Verdun angle. The rest, whatever happened in the neighborhood of Paris, would have had to retreat to the southward and would never again have been numerous enough to form a complete front. Compared with stakes like these, the entry into Paris by the German right flank or the capture of the Channel ports by a couple of German corps were insignificant and rightly discarded by the German headquarters. Once the French army was cut in half and finally beaten, everything would fall into their hands. They therefore directed all their available troops to the battlefield, ignored the Channel ports, and compelled von Kluck, commanding their right army, to skirt Paris and close in to their main battlefront. How near they were to success will long be debated and never decided, but certainly they were within an ace. No military reproach lies upon their disregard of other objectives, but only upon any failure to disregard them. It is not to their neglect to enter Paris or seize Calais that their fatal defeat was due, but rather to the withdrawal of 2 German army corps to repel the Russian invasion of East Prussia. The soul of the French nation triumphed in this death struggle, and their armies, defeated on the frontier, turned after the long marches of retreat and attacked and fought with glorious and desperate tenacity. British attention has naturally been concentrated upon the intense military situation developed before and around Paris, in which our own army played a decisive part, and the various pressures which operated upon von Kluck have now been minutely exposed. Attacked on his right flank and rear by Minori's army while advancing to the main battlefield, he was compelled to countermarch first 2 of his corps and then his 2 remaining corps in order to make head against the new danger. Thus, a gap of 30 miles was opened in the German line between von Kluck and von Bülow. Into this gap marched the battered but reanimated British army. The tide had turned, but the whole of this great situation about Paris was itself only complementary to the battle as a whole. The gaze of the military student must range along the whole line of the French armies, the defeat of any one of which would have been fatal. Most of all, his eye will rest upon the very center of the Paris-Verdun line, where Foch, though driven back, maintained his resistance. My center cedes. My right recoils. Situation excellent. I attack. But all the 4 French armies between Paris and Verdun fought with desperate valor, while Dubail and de Castelnau round the corner maintained their superb defense. And thus, weakened by its rapid advance, the whole German line came to a standstill. And as this condition was reached, the penetration by the British and by the 5th French Army on the British right of the gap in the German line between von Bülow and von Kluck determined both these commanders in succession to retreat, and thus imposed a retrograde movement upon the whole of the invading hosts. The most formidable avalanche of fire and steel ever let loose upon a nation had spent its force. From the moment when the German hopes of destroying the French armies by a general battle, and thus of ending the war at a single stroke, had definitely failed, all the secondary and incidental objectives which hitherto they had rightly discarded became of immense consequence. As passion declined, material things resumed their values. The struggle of armies and nations, having failed to reach a decision, places recovered their significance, and geography, rather than psychology, began to rule the lines of war. Paris, now unattainable, the Channel ports, Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne, still naked, and lastly, Antwerp, all reappeared in the field of values like submerged rocks when the tidal wave recedes. The second phase of the war now opened. The French, having heaved the Germans back from the Marne to the Aisne, and finding themselves unable to drive them further by frontal attacks, continually reached out their left hand in the hopes of outflanking their opponents. The race for the sea began. The French began to pass their troops from right to left. De Castelnau's army, marching behind the front from Nancy, crashed into battle in Picardy, striving to turn the German right, and was itself outreached on its left. Foch's army, corps after corps, hurried by road and rail to prolong the fighting front in Artois, but round the left of this again lapped the numerous German cavalry divisions of von der Marwitz, swoop and counterswoop. On both sides, every man and every gun were hurled as they arrived into the conflict, and the unceasing cannonade drew ever northwards and westwards, ever towards the sea. Where would the grappling armies strike blue water? At what point on the coast? Which would turn the other's flank? Would it be north or south of Dunkirk, or of Gravelines, or Calais, or Boulogne? Nay, southward still was Abbeville even attainable? All was committed to the shock of an ever-moving battle. But as the highest goal, the one safe, inexpugnable flank for the Allies, the most advanced, the most daring, the most precious, worth all the rest, guarding all the rest, gleamed Antwerp. Could Antwerp but hold out? Antwerp was not only the sole stronghold of the Belgian nation, it was also the true left flank of the Allied front in the west. It guarded the whole line of the Channel ports. It threatened the flanks and rear of the German armies in France. It was the gateway from which a British army might emerge at any moment upon their sensitive and even vital communications. No German advance to the seacoast, upon Ostend, upon Dunkirk, upon Calais and Boulogne, seemed possible while Antwerp was unconquered. My own feelings at the outbreak of the war had been that if the right things were done, Antwerp ought to hold out for 2 or even 3 months, that is to say, until we knew the result of the main collision of the armies on all the fronts, French, Russian, Austrian. I rested my thought on Metz and Paris in 1870-71, Plevna in 1878, Port Arthur in 1904. The fall of Namur unsettled these foundations. Still, Antwerp, even apart from its permanent fortifications, was a place of great strength, fortified by rivers and inundations, and defended by all that was best in the Belgian nation and by practically its whole field army. I was from the beginning very anxious to do everything that could be done out of our slender resources to aid the Belgian king and nation to maintain their stronghold, and such small items as the Admiralty could spare in guns and ammunition were freely sent. The reports which we received from Antwerp and the telegrams of the Belgian government already at the beginning of September began to cause me deep concern. So also did the question of the Scheldt, whose free navigation both for troops and munitions seemed vital to the Belgian people. I thought that Antwerp should be made to play its part in the first phase of the war by keeping as many German troops as possible out of the great battle. If the Belgian army defending the city could be strengthened by British troops, not only would the defense be invigorated, but the Germans would be continually apprehensive of a British inroad upon them from this direction, the deadliness of which Lord Roberts' strategic instinct had so clearly appreciated. It was true that we had no troops in England fit to maneuver in the field against the enemy, but the defense of the fortified lines of Antwerp was a task in which British territorial troops might well have played their part. Accordingly, on September 7, I sent a memorandum to the Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey, and Lord Kitchener, emphasizing the importance of Antwerp, particularly from the naval standpoint. The Admiralty view the sustained and effective defense of Antwerp as a matter of high consequence. It preserves the life of the Belgian nation. It safeguards a strategic point which, if captured, would be of the utmost menace. In order to save Antwerp, 2 things were necessary. First, effective defense of the fortress line, and second, free, uninterrupted communication with the sea. The first was tolerably well provided for by the Belgian army, which could easily be reinforced by British territorial troops. But the second essential, the free communication with the sea, was a larger matter, and in it were involved our relations with the Dutch. I proposed that we should request the Dutch government to give a free passage up the Scheldt to Antwerp for whatever troops and supplies were needed. I pointed out further that it was impossible to try to supply an army at Antwerp by Ostend and Ghent, that the appeals which the Belgians were then making to us to send 25,000 troops to cooperate with an equal number of Belgian troops for the purpose of keeping open the line Antwerp, St. Nicholas, Ghent, Bruges, Ostend, was a counsel of despair. It involves practically a flank position for a line of supply protected by forces large enough to be hit hard and perfectly powerless against any determined German attack which it is thought worthwhile to deliver. At any moment, a punch up from Brussels by a German division or larger force would rupture the line and drive the troops trying to hold it to be disarmed on neutral Dutch territory or into the sea. I dwelt on the disadvantages to the Allies of a neutrality which kept the Rhine open for Germany and closed the Scheldt to Antwerp. As these questions are still of some delicacy, I have thought it better to summarize rather than reprint my memorandum. But I draw the reader's attention to the date, September 7. I still think that strong representations to the Dutch government might well have induced them to grant this relief to Antwerp and the Belgian nation in their agony. The original guarantee of Belgian neutrality was given to the government of the Netherlands, and it would have been a natural and legitimate demand that they should put no needless obstacle in the way of its fulfillment. The sympathies of Holland for the sufferings of Belgium were naturally restrained by the fear of sharing her fate. But a neutral Holland was of far more use to Germany than a hostile, a conquered, or even an allied Holland. Once Holland was attacked by or allied to Germany, we could close the Rhine, and if we were in alliance with Holland, the Texel and other Dutch islands of enormous strategic importance would become available for the forward action of the British Navy. We should, in fact, have that oversea base without which a British naval offensive was impossible. I do not therefore believe that if Holland had agreed to open the Scheldt for the succor of Antwerp, Germany would have declared war upon her. There would have been a long argument about interpretations of neutrality in which the Germans, after their behavior, would have started at a great disadvantage. I still think that if Holland could have said to Germany, "The English are threatening us with a blockade of the Rhine if we do not open the Scheldt," Germany would have accepted the lesser of two evils. The Foreign Secretary did not, however, feel able to put this grave issue to the Dutch government. Neither did Lord Kitchener wish to use the British territorial divisions in the manner proposed, and while adhering to my own opinion, I certainly do not blame him. He would not send any territorials into Antwerp, nor was anything effective done by the Allies for the city during the whole of September. From the moment when German main headquarters had extricated and reformed their armies after the failure at the Marne, the capture of Antwerp became most urgently necessary to them. Accordingly, on the afternoon of September 9, as is now known, the German emperor was moved to order the capture of that city. Nothing was apparent to the Allies until the 28th. The Belgian and German troops remained in contact along the fortress line without any serious siege or assaulting operations developing. But on the 28th, the Germans suddenly opened fire upon the forts of the Antwerp exterior lines with 17-inch howitzers hurling projectiles of over a ton. Almost immediately, the Belgian government gave signs of justified alarm. British intelligence reports indicated that the Germans were seriously undertaking the siege of Antwerp, that their operations were not intended as a demonstration to keep the Belgian troops occupied or to protect the lines of communication. Information had come from Brussels that the Emperor had ordered the capture of the town, that this might cost thousands of lives, but that the order must be obeyed. Large bodies of German reserve troops were also reported assembling near Liège. In view of all these reports, it was evident that the role of our small British force of Marines, omnibuses, armored cars, aeroplanes, etc., operating from Dunkirk, was exhausted. They had no longer to deal with Ulan patrols or raiding parties of the enemy. Large hostile forces were approaching the coastal area, and the imposture whereby we had remained in occupation of Lille and Tournai could be sustained no longer. Lord Kitchener was disquieted by the opening of the bombardment upon the Antwerp forts. He immediately sent, on September 29, a staff officer, Colonel Dallas, into the city to report direct to him on the situation. On the evening of October 1, this officer reported that the Belgian War Minister considered the situation very grave, did not think that resistance to the German attack could be maintained by defensive measures only within the fortress, that the only way to save Antwerp from falling was by a diversion from outside on the German left flank, that the French had offered a division, and that he looked forward to cooperation by an English force also if that could be arranged. The minister had also said that a Belgian cavalry division and some volunteers, and possibly 2 divisions of the Belgian field army, would be able to assist in the operation, which would be most effective in the neighborhood of Ghent. The commander of the Antwerp fortress also considered the situation grave, and while Colonel Dallas was with him, a message arrived to say that Fort St. Catherine had fallen, that the German troops had pressed forward between it and the adjoining work, and had occupied the Belgian infantry trenches at this point. Colonel Dallas further reported that according to the Belgian headquarters, the German army in Belgium comprised Siege Army, consisting of the 3rd Reserve Army Corps, 1 division of Marines, 1 Ersatz Reserve Division, 1 brigade of Landsturm, 2 regiments of Pioneers, 1 regiment of Siege Artillery, and that the troops of the military government of Brussels consist of a weak Landwehr Brigade and some Bavarian Landsturm, number unknown. The Belgian field army was about 80,000 strong, in addition to which there were some 70,000 fortress troops. 4 divisions of the Belgian army were defending the southern portion of the outer perimeter of the Antwerp defenses, with the 5th Division in reserve, and 1 weak division was at Termonde. A cavalry division of about 3,600 sabres was southwest of Termonde, guarding communications between Antwerp and the coast. Ghent was held by some volunteers. On the night of October 1, Sir F. Villiers reported that on southern section of the outer line of forts, German attacks continued today, and in the afternoon the enemy's troops disabled Fort Vavre, St. Catherine, and adjoining works, and occupied Belgian trenches at this point. The Belgian troops were, however, still holding out on the Belgian side of the River Neth. Lord Kitchener now showed himself strongly disposed to sustain the defense or effect the relief of Antwerp, and to use the regular forces he still had in England for this purpose, provided the French would cooperate effectively. Early in the afternoon of October 2nd, he moved Sir Edward Grey to send the following telegram to the British ambassador at Bordeaux. The French government should be informed that military advisers here consider that in view of the superior forces Germany has in the field there, the dispatch of a French territorial division, with the additions proposed in 10 days' time, together with the force we are prepared to send, would not be able effectively to force the Germans to raise the siege of Antwerp. Unless something more can be done, they do not advise the dispatch of the force. We are sending some heavy artillery with personnel to assist Belgians. Situation at Antwerp is very grave, and French government will fully realize the serious effect on the campaign that would be entailed by its loss. Unless the main situation in France can be decided favorably in a short time, which would enable us to relieve Antwerp by detaching a proper force, it is most desirable that General Joffre should make an effort and send regular troops to region of Dunkirk, from which post they could operate in conjunction with our reinforcements to relieve Antwerp. We can send some first-line troops, but not sufficient by themselves to raise the siege of Antwerp, and we cannot send them to cooperate with any but French regulars. If General Joffre can bring about a decisively favorable action in France in 2 or 3 days, the relief of Antwerp may be made the outcome of that. But if not, unless he now sends some regular troops, the loss of Antwerp must be contemplated. All he was able to send to Antwerp was the following: Be very careful not to raise hopes of British and French forces arriving quickly to relieve Antwerp. The matter has not been decided, as the territorial division offered by France in 10 days' time would, in my opinion, be quite incapable of doing anything towards changing the situation at Antwerp. I have represented this. Unless a change is made, I consider it would be useless to put in our little force against the very superior German forces in the field round Antwerp. He then entered in some detail upon the few guns he was sending, giving particular directions about the use of the 2 9.2s. Up to this point, I had not been brought into the affair in any way. I read, of course, all the telegrams almost as soon as they were received or dispatched by Lord Kitchener, and followed the situation constantly. I warmly approved the efforts which Lord Kitchener was making to provide or obtain succor for Antwerp, and I shared to the full his anxieties. I saw him every day. But I had no personal responsibility, nor was I directly concerned. My impression at this time was that the situation at Antwerp was serious, but not immediately critical, that the place would certainly hold out for a fortnight more, and that meanwhile Lord Kitchener's exertions, or the influence of the main battle in France, would bring relief. So much was this the case, that I proposed to be absent from the Admiralty for about 18 hours on the 2nd and 3rd of October. I had planned to visit Dunkirk on October 3rd on business connected with the Marine Brigade and other details sent there at General Joffre's request. At 11 o'clock on the night of the 2nd, I was some 20 miles out of London on my way to Dover when the special train in which I was traveling suddenly stopped, and without explanation returned to Victoria Station. I was told on arrival I was to go immediately to Lord Kitchener's house in Carlton Gardens. Here I found shortly before midnight, besides Lord Kitchener, Sir Edward Grey, the First Sea Lord, and Sir William Tyrrell of the Foreign Office. They showed me the following telegram from our minister, Sir Frederick Villiers, sent from Antwerp at 8:20 p.m., and received in London at 10 p.m. on October 2nd. The government have decided to leave tomorrow for Ostend, acting on advice unanimously given by Superior Council of War in presence of the King. The King, with field army, will withdraw, commencing with advance guard tomorrow in the direction of Ghent to protect coastline, and eventually it is hoped to cooperate with the Allied armies. The Queen will also leave. It is said that town will hold out for 5 or 6 days, but it seems most unlikely that when the court and government are gone, resistance will be so much prolonged. Decision taken very suddenly this afternoon is result of increasingly critical situation. I have seen both Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, who maintain that no other course was possible, in view of danger that the King's government and field army will be caught here. I saw that my colleagues had received this news, which they had already been discussing for half an hour, with consternation. The rapidity with which the situation had degenerated was utterly unexpected. That the great fortress and city of Antwerp, with its triple line of forts and inundations, defended by the whole Belgian field army, a force certainly equal in numbers to all the German troops in that neighborhood, should collapse in perhaps 48 hours, seemed to all of us not only terrible, but incomprehensible. That this should happen while preparations were in progress both in France and England for the relief or succor of the city, while considerable forces of fresh and good troops undoubtedly stood available on both sides of the Channel, and before General Joffre had even been able to reply to Lord Kitchener's telegram, was too hard to bear. We looked at each other in bewilderment and distress. What could have happened in the last few hours to make the Belgians despair? Our last telegram from Colonel Dallas, received that afternoon, had said, "Situation unchanged during night, and Germans have not made further progress. Great slaughter of Germans reported and corresponding encouragement to Belgians, who are about to undertake counterattack in neighborhood of Fort St. Catherine." And now, a message at 10 p.m. announced immediate evacuation and impending fall. Those who in years to come look back upon the first convulsions of this frightful epoch will find it easy with after-knowledge and garnered experience to pass sagacious judgments on all that was done or left undone. There is always a strong case for doing nothing, especially for doing nothing yourself. But to the small group of ministers who met that midnight in Lord Kitchener's house, the duty of making sure that Antwerp was not cast away without good cause, while the means of saving it might well be at hand, was clear. I urged strongly that we should not give in without a struggle, and we decided unitedly upon the following telegram to Sir F. Villiers. October 3rd, 1914, 12:45 a.m. The importance of Antwerp being held justifies a further effort till the course of the main battle in France is determined. We are trying to send you help from the main army, and if this were possible, would add reinforcements from here. Meanwhile, a brigade of Marines will reach you tomorrow to sustain the defense. We urge you to make one further struggle to hold out. Even a few days may make the difference. We hope government will find it possible to remain and field army to continue operations. On the other hand, the danger of urging the Belgian government to hold out against their considered judgment without a full knowledge of the local situation was present in every mind, and even if the forces for the relieving army were to come into view, there was much to be arranged and decided before precise dates and definite assurances could be given. We were confronted with the hard choice of having either to take decisions of far-reaching importance in the utmost haste and with imperfect information, or on the other hand, tamely to let Antwerp fall. In these circumstances, it was a natural decision that someone in authority who knew the general situation should travel swiftly into the city and there ascertain what could be done on either side. As I was already due at Dunkirk the next morning, the task was confided to me. Lord Kitchener expressed a decided wish that I should go. The First Sea Lord consented to accept sole responsibility in my absence. It was then about 1:30 in the morning. I went at once to Victoria Station, got into my train which was waiting, and started again for Dover. A few minutes before I left, Lord Kitchener received the answer to his telegram of the 2nd from the British ambassador in Bordeaux. Sir Francis Bertie said that before he could carry out the instructions sent him about Antwerp, he had received a letter from the French foreign minister stating that with the shortest delay possible, 2 territorial divisions, complete with artillery and cavalry, would be sent to Ostend for the relief of the fortress. This was to be without prejudice to what the French government expected to do very soon in respect of a contemplated combined movement, French, British, and Belgian, on the extreme left of General Joffre's armies, which indirectly would have the effect of causing German troops in the neighborhood of Antwerp to retreat and so effect its relief. The French government, he said, could not go back on their decision to employ territorials. The French foreign minister declared that the territorials were good troops, better in some respects than some of the regulars, and that they were sending 2 divisions complete with artillery and cavalry instead of 1. Sir Francis Bertie added that the French government had received reports from its attaché in Antwerp stating that though the military situation there was not good, it could not be regarded as really bad. The Germans had suffered severe losses in the attacks which they had made on some of the outer works. Those attacks had not been simultaneous, which fact indicated that the Germans were not in great force, had only a limited siege train, and not more than 2 army corps before Antwerp. Meanwhile, a telegram was also sent, 1:15 a.m., October 3rd, by Sir Edward Grey to the Belgian government saying that I would arrive on the morning of the 3rd. It is hoped that the First Lord of the Admiralty, who is fully acquainted with our views, may have the honor of an audience with the King before a final decision as to the departure of the government is taken. On this, the Belgian Council of War, sitting at dawn on the 3rd, suspended the order for the evacuation of the city. I communicated at once with Minister of War, telegraphed Sir F. Villiers, October 3rd, 6:37 a.m. He summoned a meeting of ministers who, after deliberation, informed me that, awaiting arrival of First Lord, they had decided to postpone departure. Audience with King for Mr. Churchill will be arranged for at as early an hour as possible. Lord Kitchener now threw himself into the task of concentrating and organizing a relieving army. He telegraphed at 9:40 a.m. on October 3rd, asking the French War Minister to make all preparations to send the proposed 2 divisions with cavalry and artillery complete as soon as possible, and to let him know how soon they could be dispatched. He was asked, in reply, whether he would prefer 1 territorial division with a complete brigade of Fusiliers Marines. He replied that he preferred the 2 divisions, and that the question of time was of the greatest importance and urgency. He was told, however, that it had been decided to send the Fusiliers Marines, after all. He replied that whichever was most convenient to the French should be sent, so long as it was sent with the least delay possible. He telegraphed to his staff officer in Antwerp, Colonel Dallas, at 2:15 p.m., October 3rd. What force, in your opinion, would suffice? Give full details of what troops are most required to deal with the situation in cooperation with the Belgian Field Army. The French government say they will send 2 divisions with full complement of cavalry and artillery, but I do not yet know when they will be available. If a corps of our troops, under Sir John French, together with the 7th Division and Cavalry Division from here, were concentrated at Lille in order to attack the right flank of the main German army and drive it back, Would this action, if accomplished in about 4 or 5 days, in your opinion, relieve the situation at Antwerp quickly enough to prevent the fall of the place? Or must any troops employed to relieve Antwerp be sent there via Zeebrugge? And if so, can you give me approximately the longest time we can have to get troops there so that I can inform the French government? At 7:35 on the same afternoon, the composition of the French contingent was received from the British ambassador. 87th Territorial Division from Havre, under General Roy, consisting of 12 battalions of infantry, 2 groups of artillery, 90 mm guns, 2 squadrons of reserve cavalry, dragoons, now being formed at Dunkirk. 1 engineer company, headquarters and staff and usual services attached to a division. The Fusiliers Marines Brigade, under command of Rear Admiral Ronark, will be composed of 2 regiments of Fusiliers Marines, 6,000, 86 mitrailleuse, manned by seamen, 260, 1 regiment of Zouaves, 2,000, total of contingent about 23,000 men. The Havre Division will embark there on 5th October and should be landed at Dunkirk 7th October. The Fusiliers Marines Brigade will be sent to Dunkirk by land instead of by sea. It will arrive at Dunkirk at about the same time as the Territorial Division, namely 7th October. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. Antwerp. I did not reach the city till after 3 p.m., and after consulting with Colonel Dallas, I was visited by the Belgian Prime Minister. Monsieur de Broqueville was a man of exceptional vigor and clarity both of mind and speech. He had been called to the helm of the Belgian state at the moment of the decision not to submit to wrongful aggression. He explained to me the situation with precision. General de Guise, the commander of the fortress, added his comments. The outer forts were falling one by one. 5 or 6 shells from the enormous German howitzers were sufficient to smash them to their foundations, to destroy their defenders even in the deepest casemates, and to wreck the platforms of the guns. Now the forts of the inner line were being similarly attacked, and there was no conceivable means of preventing their destruction, one after another, at the rate of about a fort a day. The army was tired and dispirited through having been left so long entirely upon its own resources, without ever a sign of the allies for whom they had risked so much. Material of every kind, guns, ammunition, searchlights, telephones, and trenching materials, was scanty. The water supply of the city had been cut off. There were many rumors of German sympathizers in its large population. At any moment the front might be broken in under the heavy artillery attack which was then in progress. But this was only half the danger. The life and honor of the Belgian nation did not depend on Antwerp, but on its army. To lose Antwerp was disastrous. To lose the army as well was fatal. The Scheldt was barred by a severe interpretation of neutrality. The only line of retreat was by a dangerous flank march parallel to the Dutch frontier and the sea coast. 2 Belgian divisions and the cavalry division were staving off the Germans from this only remaining line of retreat. But the pressure was increasing, and the line of the Dendre was no longer intact. If Ghent fell before the Belgian army made good its retreat, nothing would be saved from the Rhone. In these circumstances, they had decided first to withdraw to what was called the entrenched camp on the left bank of the Scheldt, that is to say, towards their right, and secondly, in the same direction through Ghent towards the left flank of the Allied armies. These orders had been suspended in consequence of the telegram from the British government. I then exposed Lord Kitchener's plan and stated the numbers of the French and British troops already available for the assistance of the Belgian army. I emphasized the importance of holding the city and delaying the Germans as long as possible without compromising the retreat of the army. I pointed out that the issue of the battle for the seaward flank still hung in the balance, and that the main armies were drawing nearer to Belgium every day. I asked whether the relieving forces mentioned, if actually sent, would influence their decision. They replied that this was a new situation, that had this help been forthcoming earlier, events might have taken a different course. Even now, if their line of retreat were safeguarded by the arrival of Allied troops in the neighborhood of Ghent, they were prepared to continue the resistance. I thereupon drew up, with their approval and agreement, the following telegram to Lord Kitchener. Antwerp, October 3rd, 1914, 6:53 p.m. Received 9:45 p.m. Subject to confirmation on both sides, I have made following arrangement with Monsieur de Broqueville, Prime Minister. Every preparation to be made by Belgian government now for a resistance of at least 10 days, and every step taken with utmost energy. Within 3 days, we are to state definitely whether we can launch big field operation for their relief or not, and when it will probably take effect. If we cannot give them a satisfactory assurance of substantial assistance within 3 days, they are to be quite free to abandon defense if they think fit. In this case, should they wish to clear out with field army, we, although not able to launch the big operation, are to help their field army to get away by sending covering troops to Ghent or other points on line of retreat. Thus, anything they will have lost in time by going on defending Antwerp with all their strength will be made up to them as far as possible by help on their way out. Further, we will meanwhile help their local defense in all minor ways, such as guns, marines, naval brigades, etc. I have put the terms high to avoid at all costs our undertaking anything we could not perform, and also to avoid hurry in our saying what troops we can spare for big operations. You will be able, as your telegram number 7 to Colonel Dallas indicates, to do much better than this, and to give decided promise within 3 days. But the vital thing is that Belgian government and army should forthwith hurl themselves with revived energy into the defense. Attack is being harshly pressed at this moment, and half measures would be useless, but Prime Minister informs me that they are confident they can hold out for 3 days, pretty sure they can hold out for 6, and will try 10. This arrangement, if adopted, will give time necessary for problem to be solved calmly. 2,000 Marines are arriving this evening. I am remaining here till tomorrow. I have read this telegram to Belgian Prime Minister, who says that we are in full agreement, subject to ratification by Council of Ministers, which is now being held. If you clinch these propositions, pray give the following order to the Admiralty. Send at once both naval brigades, minus recruits, via Dunkirk, into Antwerp, with 5 days' rations and 2 million rounds of ammunition, but without tents or much impedimenta. When can they arrive? I had been met on arrival by Admiral Oliver, the Director of Naval Intelligence Division. This officer had been sent by the Admiralty on September 29 to see what could be done to disable the large quantity of merchant shipping which lay in the Scheldt, so that if the city fell, it could not be used by the Germans for embarking troops to invade England. He was a great standby in this time of stress. Night and day he labored on the ships. With the assistance only of a Belgian sapper officer, 4 privates, and a Belgian Boy Scout, he inserted explosive charges between the cylinders of 38 large vessels, and by this means ruptured the propelling machinery so that not one of them was fit to go down the Scheldt during the whole of the German occupation. While waiting for the reply from London that afternoon and also the next morning, I went out and examined the front. A leafy enclosed country, absolutely flat, a crescent of peering German kite balloons, a continuous bombardment, scarcely anything in the nature of an infantry attack. Wearied and disheartened defenders. It was extremely difficult to get a clear view and so understand what kind of fighting was actually going on. We were, however, at length able to reach the actual inundations beyond which the enemy was posted. Entrenching here was impossible for either side, owing to the water met with at a foot's depth. The Belgian pickets crouched behind bushes. There was at that moment no rifle fire, but many shells traversed the air overhead on their way to the Belgian lines. Although the artillery fire of the Germans at Antwerp was at no time comparable to the great bombardments afterwards witnessed on the Western Front, it was certainly severe. The Belgian trenches were broad and shallow, and gave hardly any protection to their worn-out and in many cases inexperienced troops. As we walked back from the edge of these inundations along a stone-paved high road, it was a formidable sight to see on either hand the heavy shells bursting in salvos of 3s and 4s, with dense black smoke near or actually inside these scanty shelters in which the supporting troops were kneeling in fairly close order. Every prominent building, chateau, tower, or windmill, was constantly under fire. Shrapnel burst along the roadway, and half a mile to the left, a wooded enclosure was speckled with white puffs. 2 or 3 days, at least, would be required to make sound breastworks or properly constructed and drained trenches or rifle pits. Till then, it must be mainly an affair of hedges and of houses, and the ineffective trenches were merely shell traps. Antwerp presented a case, till the Great War unknown, of an attacking force marching methodically without regular siege operations through a permanent fortress line behind advancing curtains of artillery fire. Fort after fort was wrecked by the 2 or 3 monster howitzers, and line after line of shallow trenches was cleared by the fire of field guns. And following gingerly upon these iron footprints, German infantry, weak in numbers, raw in training, inferior in quality, wormed and waddled their way forward into the second strongest fortress in Europe. As the fire of the German guns drew ever nearer to the city, and the shells began to fall each day upon new areas, the streams of country folk escaping from their ruined homes trickled pitifully along the roads, interspersed with stragglers and wounded. Antwerp itself preserved a singular calm. The sunlit streets were filled with people listening moodily to the distant firing. The famous spires and galleries of this ancient seat of wealth and culture, the spacious warehouses along the Scheldt, the splendid hotels with every modern convenience, the general air of life, prosperity, and civilization created an impression of serene security, wholly contradicted by the underlying facts. It was a city in a trance. The Marines did not arrive until the morning of the 4th, and went immediately into the line. When I visited them the same evening, they were already engaged with the Germans in the outskirts of Lierre. Here, for the first time, I saw German soldiers creeping forward from house to house or darting across the street. The Marines fired with machine guns from a balcony. The flashes of the rifles and the streams of flame pulsating from the mouth of the machine guns lit up a warlike scene amid crashing reverberations and the whistle of bullets. 20 minutes in a motor car, and we were back in the warmth and light of one of the best hotels in Europe, with its perfectly appointed tables and attentive servants, all proceeding as usual. The reply of the British government reached me on the morning of the 4th, and I sent it at once to Monsieur de Broqueville. Lord Kitchener to First Lord. Am arranging expeditionary force for relief of Antwerp as follows. British force. 7th Division, 18,000 men, 63 guns, under General Capper. Cavalry Division, 4,000 men, 12 guns, under General Byng, to arrive at Zeebrugge, 6th and 7th October. Naval Detachment, 8,000 men already there, under General Aston. Also naval and military heavy guns and detachments already sent. Headquarters staff will be subsequently notified. French force. Territorial Division, 15,000 men, proper complement of guns and 2 squadrons, General Roy, to arrive Ostend, 6th to 9th October. Fusilier Marines Brigade, 8,000 men, under Rear Admiral Ronark. Grand total, 53,000 men. Numbers are approximately correct. Also, one from Prince Louis, 10:30 a.m. The naval brigades will embark at Dover at 4 p.m. for Dunkirk, where they should arrive between 7 or 8 o'clock. Provisions and ammunition as indicated in your telegram. Monsieur de Broqueville replied, Anvers, le 4 octobre 1914. J'ai l'honneur de vous confirmer notre accord sur les points envisagés tantôt. Comme je vous l'ai dit dès notre première conversation, nous entendons coûte que coûte conserver Anvers. C'est pour nous un devoir national de premier ordre. Je tiens à vous répéter aussi que, si nous avons été sérieusement affectés de ne pas voir nos puissants garants répondre plus tôt à nos demandes de secours. Notre volonté de lutter jusqu'à la mort n'a pas été affaiblie un seul instant. L'appui des 9,000 fusiliers des marines envoyés par votre gouvernement hier et demain est pour la conservation de la place de Anvers un appui précieux. Plus précieux encore est l'envoi de la 7th Division, appuyée par la 3rd Division de cavalerie. Il serait d'extrême importance que ces troupes soient dirigées sur Gare avec le maximum de célérité, les heures où en ce moment une exceptionnelle valeur. Les hautes autorités militaires et les gouvernements tout entiers consultés par moi acceptent avec une véritable satisfaction l'entente qui s'est établie entre nous. Le gouvernement a pris un sentiment de véritable gratitude et s'il venait à être fait prisonnier, le gouvernement de la Grande-Bretagne ne traiterait pas son assentiment de questions intéressant le sort de la Belgique à moment où se négociera la paix. Je me félicite tout particulièrement des relations si sympathiques que je viens d'avoir avec Msina, homme d'État envoyé ici par la grande nation si hautement apprécié et aimé par la Belgique. The matter had now passed into the region of pure action. Could Antwerp resist the enemy's attack long enough to enable the French and British relieving force to come to her aid? Secondly, if this succeeded, could 9 or 10 Allied divisions at Antwerp and Ghent hold the Germans in check until the left wing of the main armies, advancing daily from the south, could join hands with them? In that case, the Allied lines in the west might be drawn through Antwerp, Ghent, and Lille. All this turned on a few days, and even on a few hours. Judged by the number of troops available on both sides, the chances of the Allies appeared good. On paper, they were nearly twice as strong as the enemy. But the Belgian army had been left without aid or comfort too long. The daily destruction of their trusted forts, the harsh and unceasing bombardment of a vastly superior artillery, their apprehensions for their line of retreat, the cruel losses and buffetings that they had suffered since the beginning of the war, had destroyed their confidence and exhausted their strength. The prime and vital need was to maintain the defense of Antwerp against the unceasing artillery attack to which its whole southern front was exposed. The position behind the river was capable of being made a strong one. It was, potentially, stronger in many respects than the line of the Yser, along which a fortnight later this same Belgian army, in spite of further losses and discouragements, was to make a most stubborn and glorious defense. But despondency in the face of an apparently irresistible artillery and the sense of isolation struck a deadly chill. Meanwhile, however, help was hurrying forward. The Marines were already in the line. Armored trains with naval guns and British bluejackets came into action on the morning of the 4th. The 2 naval brigades reached Dunkirk that night and were due to enter Antwerp on the evening of the 5th. At the special request of the Belgian staff, they were to be interspersed with Belgian divisions to impart the encouragement and assurance that succor was at hand. The British 7th Division and 3rd Cavalry Division, carried daringly across the water upon personal orders from Prince Louis in the teeth of submarines, began to disembark at Ostend and Zeebrugge from the morning of the 6th onward. The French division was embarking at Havre. Admiral Ronarc and his 8,000 Fusiliers Marines were already entrained for Dunkirk. If only Antwerp could hold out. Meanwhile, also, it must be remembered, Sir John French was secretly withdrawing the British army from the Aisne and moving round behind the French front to the neighborhood of Saint-Omer, with the intention of striking at Lille and beating in the German right. Every day that large German forces were detained in front of Antwerp helped and covered the detrainment and deployment of his army and increased its chances of success. But every day became graver also the peril to the Belgian army of being cut off if, after all, the Germans should be the victors in the main battle. The anxieties and uncertainties of this tremendous situation had to be supported by the Belgian chiefs, in addition to those of the actual German attack battering on the crumbling Antwerp front and its exhausted defenders. That they were born with constancy and coolness, that the defense was prolonged for 5 momentous days, and that although the Antwerp front was broken in before effective help could arrive, the Belgian field army was safely extricated, was a memorable achievement. The attitude of the King and Queen through these tense and tragic days was magnificent. The impression of the grave, calm soldier king presiding at council, sustaining his troops and commanders, preserving an unconquerable majesty amid the ruin of his kingdom, will never pass from my mind. Meanwhile, Lord Kitchener and Prince Louis continued to give the necessary orders from London. I now found myself suddenly, unexpectedly, and deeply involved in a tremendous and hideously critical local situation which might well continue for some time. I had also assumed a very direct responsibility for exposing the city to bombardment and for bringing into it the inexperienced, partially equipped, and partially trained battalions of the Royal Naval Division. I felt it my duty to see the matter through. On the other hand, it was not right to leave the Admiralty without an occupant. I therefore telegraphed on the 4th to the Prime Minister, offering to take formal military charge of the British forces in Antwerp and tendering my resignation of the office of First Lord of the Admiralty. This offer was not accepted. I have since learned that Lord Kitchener wrote proposing that it should be. But other views prevailed, and I certainly have no reason for regret that they did so. I was informed that Sir Henry Rawlinson was being sent to the city and was requested to do my best until he arrived. October 5th was a day of continuous fighting. The situation fluctuated from hour to hour. I print the telegrams of this day in their sequence. 10:18 a.m., October 5th. I telegraphed to Lord Kitchener. Line of the Neth is intact. Marine Brigade holding important sector northwest of Lierre has been briskly engaged during the night, with about 70 casualties so far. It seems not unlikely that the German attack will be directed on this point, as passage of river is easier there. I am making sure that they are properly supported by detachment of artillery. General Paris is doing very well. Later, infantry attack indicated now appears to be developing. 12:22 p.m. It is my duty to remain here and continue my direction of affairs, unless relieved by some person of consequence, in view of the situation and developing German attack. Prospects will not be unfavorable if we can hold out for next 3 days. We have a good deal of ground to sell, if it is well disputed, even if Neth River is forced. 4:45 p.m. Lord Kitchener to First Lord. I expect Rawlinson will reach Antwerp today. It is most necessary that Belgians should not give way before the forces now on the sea arrive for their support. You know the date of arrival of troops at Ostend and Zeebrugge. I cannot accelerate anything owing to difficulties of navigation. Prince Louis is doing all he can. Are any of the guns we sent in action? Our 9.2 online to Lierre ought to be useful. I hope Belgians realize the importance of holding Termonde so that relieving force may act promptly on the German left flank. The arrival of our troops should be kept very secret. By moving at night, a surprise might be possible in the early morning. 4:45 p.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener. Attack has been pressed. Marines have stood well with some loss, but on their right, a regiment has fallen back under shell fire, and some German infantry to west of Lierre are across Neth. General Paris has ordered 4 Belgian battalions and his reserve battalion to join another Belgian brigade to drive them back and reoccupy positions. This is now in progress. Every effort is being made to gain time. At 9 p.m. tonight, I am to attend Council of Ministers. I can get no news of time of arrival of naval brigades. They will be wanted tomorrow for certain. 7 p.m. Lord Kitchener to First Lord. I hear the Marine Fusilier Brigade had not arrived as expected at Dunkirk today by train. I have in consequence telegraphed to French government as follows. As the Marine Fusilier Brigade is moving by train, and their arrival at Antwerp is urgently required, please ask Minister of War to continue their journey by train to Antwerp. You might, I think, inform Belgian authorities so as to have facilities for this force of 8,000 to proceed to wherever you think they would be most usefully employed without stopping at Ostend, and if they have not passed Dunkirk, they might be warned of their destination. 6:46 p.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener. We now hold all our positions along the Neth, our counter-attack having been successful. Germans will probably throw bridges in night at Lierre. On outskirts of Lierre, we are in contact with the Germans. I have just returned from advanced trenches and find Marines cheerful and well dug in. General Paris does not think that he has lost more than 150 men killed and wounded. I presume you keep Sir John French informed. 7:15 p.m. Admiralty to First Lord. Sir H. Rawlinson just leaving Dunkirk for Antwerp via Bruges, where he stays tonight. Dunkirk reports naval brigades arrive Antwerp 1 a.m. Tuesday. First 6 transports, containing 10,000 troops, 2,000 horses, should arrive Zeebrugge from 4 a.m. onwards. 9,000 troops, 2,500 horses, arrive partly at Ostend, mainly at Zeebrugge, Wednesday morning. 2,500 cavalry, 2,500 horses, arrive partly Ostend, partly Zeebrugge, Thursday morning. 8:45 p.m. Lord Kitchener to Colonel Dallas. You have been appointed as General Staff Officer on Expeditionary Force. Warn everybody to keep movement of troops absolutely secret. Try and bring off a complete or partial surprise on enemy's left. For this purpose, movements of troops from sea coast, should be as much as possible at night. Am sending flying squadron, which will, I hope, protect troops from too inquisitive enemy's aircraft. Sir Henry Rawlinson has been appointed to Chief Command and will shortly arrive Antwerp. All movements going as arranged. In the evening, I went to General Paris's headquarters on the Lierre Road for the purpose of putting him in command of the other 2 naval brigades about to arrive. The fire along this road was now heavier. Shrapnel burst overhead as I got out of the car and struck down a man at my feet. As we discussed around the cottage table, the whole house thudded and shook from minute to minute with the near explosions of shells whose flashes lit the window panes. In such circumstances was it that General Paris received from the representative of the Admiralty the command of the Royal Naval Division, which he was destined to hold with so much honor until he fell grievously wounded in his trenches after 3 years' war. This was the most important military command exercised in the Great War by an officer of the Royal Marines. The general result of the fighting on the 5th raised our hopes. The counter-attack by 1 British and 9 Belgian battalions drove the enemy back. All the positions that had been lost were regained, and the line of the Neth was almost re-established. At midnight at the Belgian headquarters, General de Guise received in my presence by telephone a favorable report from every single sector. The enemy had, however, succeeded in maintaining a foothold across the river, and it seemed certain they would throw bridges in the night. General de Guise therefore resolved to make a further counterattack under the cover of darkness, in the hope of driving the enemy altogether across the river. At 1 a.m., I telegraphed as follows: Antwerp, October 6, 1 a.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener and Sir E. Grey. All well. All positions are held along the Neth. I hope you will not decide finally on plan of operations till I can give you my views. I have met ministers in council who resolve to fight it out here, whatever happens. No 9.2s have arrived yet, even at Ostend. It was 2 o'clock before I went to bed. I had been moving, thinking, and acting with very brief intervals for nearly 4 days in council and at the front in circumstances of undefined but very direct responsibility. Certainly, the situation seemed improved. The line of the Neth was practically intact and the front unbroken. The naval brigades, already a day behind my hopes, were arriving in the morning. By land and sea, troops were hastening forward. All the various personalities and powers were now looking the same way and working for the same object. France and Britain, the Admiralty and the War Office, the Belgian government and the Belgian command were all facing in the same direction. Rawlinson would arrive tomorrow, and my task would be concluded. But what would the morrow bring forth? I was now very tired, and slept soundly for some hours. All through the night the fighting was continual, but no definite reports were available up till about 9 o'clock. At the Belgian headquarters, I was told that the Belgian night attack had miscarried, that the Germans were counter-attacking strongly, that the Belgian troops were very tired and the situation along the Neth obscure. General Paris and the Marine Brigade were also heavily engaged. The naval brigades had arrived and detrained and were now marching to their assigned positions in the line. But where was the line? It was one thing to put these partially trained and ill-equipped troops into a trench line, and quite another to involve them in the maneuvers of a moving action. Solidly dug in with their rifles and plenty of ammunition, these ardent, determined men would not be easily dislodged. But they were not capable of maneuver. It seemed to me that they should take up an intermediate position until we knew what was happening on the front. General Paris was involved in close fighting with his brigade and had not been able to take over command of the whole force. It was necessary, therefore, for me to give personal directions. I motored to the Belgian headquarters, told General de Guise that these new troops must have fixed positions to fight in, and would be wasted if flung in piecemeal. I proposed to stop them about 4 miles short of their original destination as a support and rallying line for the Belgian troops who were falling back. He agreed that this was wise and right, and I went myself to see that the orders were carried out. The moment one left the city gates, the streams of wounded and of fugitives betokened heavy and adverse fighting. Shells from the enemy's field artillery were falling frequently on roads and villages which yesterday were beyond his range. We were by no means sure at what point the flow of refugees would end and the wave of pursuers begin. However, by about midday, the 3 naval and marine brigades were drawn up with the Belgian reserves astride of the Antwerp-Liège road on the line Kontich-Vremde. In this position, we awaited the next development and expected to be almost immediately attacked. The Germans, to our relief, did not molest the retirement of the 3 Belgian divisions. They waited to gather strength and to bring up and use again the remorseless artillery upon which they were mainly relying. As no German infantry appeared and no heavy bombardment began, the naval brigades moved forward in their turn and took up positions nearer to where the enemy had halted. I remained in the line on the Liège road. Here, at about 5 o'clock, Sir Henry Rawlinson joined me. The general took, as might be expected, a robust view of the situation, and was by no means disposed to give up the quarrel either on the Antwerp front or on the line of communications, which were already being more severely pressed. In fact, I found in this officer, whom I had known for many years, that innate, instinctive revolt against acquiescing in the will of the enemy which is an invaluable quality in military men. These sentiments were also shared by Colonel Bridges, former British military attaché in Belgium, who had arrived from Sir John French. At 7 o'clock, a council of war was held in the palace under the presidency of the King. We affirmed the readiness and ability of the British government to execute punctually and fully the engagements into which we had entered 2 days earlier. But the Belgian chiefs were convinced that even if the Antwerp front along the line of the Neth could be restored, the danger to their communications had become so great that they must without delay resume the movement of their army to the left bank of the Scheldt, which had been interrupted 3 days previously. Here they conceived themselves able to join hands with any Anglo-French relieving force, while at the same time securing their own retreat on Ghent, which they had already on September 4th reinforced by a brigade. It was not for us to contest their view, and events have shown that they were right. The arrangements set out in the following telegram were made. Antwerp, October 6th, 10:37 p.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener. Germans attacked our position along the Neth early this morning. Belgian troops on the right of Marine Brigade were overpowered. General retirement with some loss was effected to a lightly entrenched position on the line Kontich-Vremde, where enemy are not for the moment pressing. Germans will be enabled to bombard city tomorrow owing to lost ground. In view of this and of complete exhaustion and imminent demoralization of Belgian army, Rawlinson, who has arrived, has, with my full agreement and that of Belgian General Staff, ordered a general retirement to inner line of forts. The 3 naval brigades will hold intervals between forts and be supported by about a dozen Belgian battalions. On this line, which is very strong against infantry attack, our troops can certainly hold out as long as the city will endure bombardment. Had naval brigades arrived 24 hours earlier, we could probably have held the line of the net. They have not been engaged, and Marines have not lost more than 200 men. This evening, Rawlinson and I attended a council of war presided over by the King. We suggested an attempt to re-establish Anglo-Belgian forces on the line of the Neth by employing 7th Division in a counterattack in 48 hours' time. But they had all clearly made up their minds that the army was not in a fit condition to cooperate in any offensive movement. Accordingly, we have arranged with them 1. That while the town endures bombardment, General Paris, with naval division and Belgian support, will defend inner line forts to the utmost. 2. That the rest of the Belgian field army shall be immediately withdrawn across the Scheldt to what they call the entrenched camp of the left bank. This area is protected by the Scheldt, various forts and entrenchments, and large inundations, and here they hope to find time to recover and reform. From this position, they will aid to the best of their ability any relieving movement which may be possible from the west. 3. Rawlinson will organize relieving force at Ghent and Bruges and prepare to move forward as soon as possible. But I shall hope tomorrow to convince you that it should be strengthened for the operation. We are all agreed that in the circumstances there is no other course open. I return with Rawlinson tonight to Bruges, and early tomorrow morning shall be in London. Aviation Park and heavy guns will be moved from Antwerp. General Rawlinson and I left the city together that night, and after an anxious drive over roads luckily infested by nothing worse than rumor, I boarded the Attentive at Ostend and returned to England. So far as the personal aspect of this story is concerned, I cannot feel that I deserve the reproaches and foolish fictions which have been so long freely and ignorantly heaped upon me. I could not foresee that the mission I undertook would keep me away from the Admiralty for more than 48 hours, or that I should find myself involved in another set of special responsibilities outside the duties of the office which I held. No doubt, had I been 10 years older, I should have hesitated long before accepting so unpromising a task. But the events occurred in the order I have described, and at each stage the action which I took seemed right, natural, and even inevitable. Throughout, I was held in the grip of emergencies and of realities which transcended considerations of praise or blame. But, after all, it is by the results and as a whole that the episode will be judged, and these, as will be shown, were certainly advantageous to the Allied cause. After the departure of the Belgian field army, the further defense of the remaining lines of Antwerp was left to the fortress troops, the 2nd Belgian Division, and the 3 British naval brigades, who held on their front the equivalent of more than 5 complete German divisions, to wit, the 5th Reserve, 6th Reserve, 4th Ersatz and Marine Division, and the 26th, 37th, and 1st Bavarian Landwehr Brigades. At midnight on the 7th, the Germans, having advanced their artillery, began to bombard the city and the forts of the inner line. The forts melted under the fire, and a great proportion of the civil population fled through the night, lighted by conflagrations, over the bridges of the Scheldt to the open country, along the roads towards Ghent or into Holland. The enemy's attack was pressed continuously, and the enceinte of the city was considered to be untenable by the evening of the 8th. The Belgian division and the British naval brigades evacuated Antwerp that night, crossed the Scheldt safely, and began their retreat by road and rail on Ghent and Ostend. 2 naval airmen, as a Parthian shot, blew up after long flights a Zeppelin in its shed at Dusseldorf and bombed the railway station at Cologne. German patrols, after many precautions, entered Antwerp towards evening on the 9th, and on the 10th the stout-hearted governor, who had retired to one of the surviving forts, capitulated. The resistance of the city had been prolonged by 5 days. End of chapter 15, part 2.